rounds as possible. But we are here today with the Fluke and Box Proquest for Pro Tour Yokohama, which is very exciting. And we are starting with a very interesting game. We're seeing on your right hand side of your screen Naomi playing Syndra, rocking that beautiful promo Syndra as well. But also on the left hand side, Tom Dowling on Dio, a deck that pretty much he put on the map. For those of you who don't know, the first calling that this deck was actually available to play, he rocked up and literally went undefeated until the very last round. So very exciting. I am getting a little bit set up here myself, so you're going to have to give me just a couple of minutes. But how does the stream sound? Can you guys hear me okay? Hopefully my microphone is alright. Looks like it's a little bit peaky, so give me a second. Let's turn that gain down just a little bit, and hopefully that should be a little bit better. We'll see. It's we're gonna kind of figure it out as the day goes on. Yeah, how you guys all doing? See Tom looking to do pretty much what Dio wants to do. Now Dio's obviously taken a couple of little changes. The deck was very impressive when it first came out, and then fell a little bit out of favor until the printing of Cerebellum Processor. That card, incredible. And as a result, you know, as we've seen during the Pro Tour, you know, the deck copped a couple of little nerfs. We lost a couple of its key cards, but Tom's still rocking that deck. You know, the ability just to look at the top card of the deck at any point is so much information. And it's just something that, you know, so we can see here going through, presenting some more boost attacks, opting not to boost it looks like, just as I log myself in. Alrighty. Let's have a look. I apparently actually have access to deck lists, which is very exciting. So let's see if I can get them. Looks like I don't have deck lists as of yet, but that's okay. We'll be jumping into it now. Syndra, a very interesting deck, very powerful, really harvesting, using, you know, the slew of ninja cards available alongside some of the incredible pieces that it has. And, you know, for those of us who sort of played since the very start, playing around Mask of Momentum is something that you learn. You know, you can count to 3, and it's the sort of thing where you learn over time. But with the ability of flick knives, it means counting to 3 sometimes isn't as simple as just, oh yeah, I'm going to block the middle attack and they're not going to trigger Mask. Because if they flick knives it, then suddenly it still technically counts as a hit. Astral Empowerment's going to do an extra bit of damage and draw an additional card here. Looks like just sort of figuring some stuff out from Tom's side. How does the stream look, by the way, team? We're streaming remotely, as I am not actually where they are. I'm coming to you live from Adelaide, which is definitely interesting. But look out of Sydney. Sadly, I've been trying to get audio for you guys as well. But just based on where we're sort of throwing this together, it is a little bit difficult to sort of see. But we'll go from there. I'm just trying to pull up just some deck. I'm just trying to get deck lists for you so we can kind of go through them together. It is just going to be me today. Sorry. But if we take a little bit of a look, pretty standard equipment suite it looks like from Dio, running the Crown of Providence as well as the Teklo Foundry Heart. And we see a Teklo Pounder out on the field, which is, you know, unlike Dash IE, not something that you just get for free. So having found that at some point, And then over. Oh, here we go. All right. I think I have found deck lists. I have. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are cooking with gas. So it looks like we have 40 players registered for today, which is incredible. Just trying to pull up Naomi's deck list. Where are we? There we go. Okay. So Naomi, looking through their deck list now, it's definitely interesting. I don't believe that anyone there is. Actually, I should ask. Hang on. Yeah, I'm just asking to see if I can actually talk about deck lists here. But Art of the Dragonfire here, just looking to present some damage, and Tom deciding to block with the Crown of Providence. Now, Art of the Dragonfire has the ability, if this is Draconic, it deals 2 damage to any target. So something that is, definitely relevant in some matchups, but into something like Gravy Bones, being able to, if they need to clear off one of the really important allies as well as still present damage, is obviously going to be super important. Now, Tom here, coming out of the gate incredibly quickly. Going to use that BIOS update. This BIOS update gains 3 as well. Next time a mech, if you boost an item, you get to play it for free. And oh my god, the Cerebellum processor. So Tom obviously knew what the top card was, and so being able just to rip the Cerebellum processor with the boosting of Fast and Furious as well. So now it's going to be presenting 4 damage, as it does appear like with that Cerebellum processor, he is going to crank. So cranking it gives it +1, draws a card as well at any point that he would like to by activating the Cerebellum processor. Now, it is an action to do so, so it wouldn't need the action point, but yeah, you see it's coming with less. And because of that Tekla power as well, 6 damage being presented here. Life total is even, and Naomi is going to throw the equipment in front of it right now. Using that Dragon Scaler Flight Path, which is an incredible piece of equipment. Now we'll see Tom just indicating a little bit what's being banished, and that is something as well. For those of you who don't really compete or play in some of these, I guess, bigger or, non-casual rules, or anything that's free and public information, so banish zone, graveyards, that sort of thing, you can ask to look out of your opponents whenever you would like. Yes, this is round 1. Do you guys think I should put some like royalty-free music in the background? Now we'll see. Oh, a little bit of lag on my end there. See Tom presenting, I believe, and it's a little hard to see, but that's a null time zone. So this is a little bit of a weird card. When it enters, it's another item that enters with Steam counters, but does have crank, so it doesn't need to lose. Oh, and the boom grenade off the top as well. Whenever this enters the arena, name a card. The named card can't be pitch played from hand or while this is in the arena. So it kind of, Tom gets to sort of have a little bit of a read here and goes, well, I think these cards here are super important, and he may have some additional information. It's kind of hard when you don't sort of hear. But the boom grenade here is going to go off. It's going to drop Naomi down to 3 life. Not a huge amount to play with. Oh, and then finally coming through. I can't. Yeah, so we're gonna. You and I, Chad, are gonna be playing a little bit of trying to guess as I look through, as I look through Tom's deck list to see if that soup up is only coming in red. Now it says if it's only if an item's been destroyed this turn, it gets go again. And that boom grenade had been destroyed, so Tom is going to get go again for free. Doesn't need to rip apart the deck, and still has access to that symbiosis shot as well. Naomi, this is definitely interesting position to be in as well, because Naomi's sort of identified that. Yeah, we'll see some blocks coming out with the equipment here. Identified that the only way she's going to win this game is by keeping as many cards as possible in hand. Now, that symbiosis shot, the dice on top says 3. It's not referring to 3 damage there. It's 2 damage, but that's how many counters based on items being played. So Naomi's got to consider now what she can present. And this is a little challenging. And yes, in the end, it's just going to end up throwing the blocks through the cards. And I'm not 100% sure how many action points, but Tom looks like he had an additional one from the crank coming off the top. And so the way that mechanic works is that cranking it returns your action point. So whenever you regularly in mech, if you play an item and you throw it out, it costs your action point. But items with crank mean that you actually regain your action point back. Now, this is sort of what most mechs will be doing, but Dio in particular, because she can play items at instant speed off the top of the deck, if she cranks them, what happens is you're actually netting an action point. You're actually gaining one. And yeah, Outpace, you are correct. Outpace can't be blocked with equipment there. Oh. Hang on. That wasn't Outpace though. The card that he presented, I believe, was Underloop. I'll double check. Soup Up, sorry. That was a Soup Up, not an Outpace. Now we'll see. Coming back to Syndra, and this is a little bit scary. Syndra is a deck that can present damage, but the thing with Tom right now is that his life total is looking healthy enough. So he just takes the first hit, going to send the Kunai of Retribution in now. And 1 card left in hand, and it's probably not going to be able to present enough, because as we see here, it's just going to be 0 for 3 without Lava Vein Loyalty. And now see, not enough Draconic Chain Links. Tom's just going to present some blocks with the equipment here. I'm going to actually buy back the Kunai. Now passing it back, and Tom going to start off with a Throttle. Likely a red Throttle as well, and this is the thing, right? Still has access to Cerebellum Processor if he can find an item off the top to regain the action point. This is going to come in, I believe, for 8 because of that. What am I talking about? Because of the Teklo Pounder, that 3rd usage. And now this is 8 damage here, so it's going to demand at least 2 cards plus the Flick Knives, and that puts you to 1. And Dio is a terrifying deck to be at 1 against, because at any point, well, in fairness, actually, it's not that scary compared to most aggro decks when it comes to going to 1. And yeah, we'll see 2 cards plus the Flick Knife, so going to 1. It's actually kind of scary, more so being at like 4. 4 is essentially 1, because at any point that boom grenade can just get slammed off the top. Now we'll see. Just taking some time. Deal a deck that, you know, with every single Flesh and Blood deck, you do have to take your time and present and sort of figure out what you want to be doing. Oh, and look at that, the Teklo core. Tom absolutely going hard here. Now, the Teklo core in itself probably won't matter too much, but for those of you wondering, BIOS update again, the next time a mech card is banished with 2 or less, it's placed into the arena. And so if this game were to go longer, that's all of a sudden an additional 2 resources. And if we look, here's going to double block, and one of those cards looks like it. Oh, just going to present the fist bumpers. She knows the Symbiosis shot coming in. Tom doesn't even necessarily need it to play that last card, and just just a beautiful game of Flesh and Blood. And I don't know about you guys, I am such a big fan of watching Tom play this Dio deck. It is such an incredibly fun deck to play. It's an incredibly fun deck to look at. It's got so many unique lines, and the interesting thing about those lines is they're ever changing. It's the sort of thing where at any point, suddenly you see a card off the top of the deck and you have to change, and you have to figure out exactly what you want to be doing. And that could just be changed whenever because of the amount of information that comes off the top. So a really fun game. I love the Dio deck. I don't know about you guys. And Tom's going to go to 1-0. This is round 1. Now, 40 players. I do believe we're going to have 6 regular rounds before we cut to a top 8. So plenty of Flesh and Blood today. Tell me, chat, for those of you there, what decks are you excited to see? We have definitely some unique ones that people have presented. You know, this is a Proquest, so people really wanting to get that nomination when it comes to being able to go to the Pro Tour. But it doesn't mean you can't play fun decks. You know, if we have a bit of a look, and I'm just sort of going through and looking at what decks people are playing. You know, we're seeing the classics. We're seeing some Fang. We're seeing some Dio. Fair amount of Florian. A deck that sort of recently resurged, some KO, some Syndra, fair amount of Dash IO actually. Oh my goodness. People definitely believing some Prism as well coming through. Any Tough Nut? Let's find out. Tough Nut, a very interesting deck. Gravy Bones, Victor Goldmain, Rhinar are there as well. A little bit of Verdance, close to my heart. Couple of Verdances, my favorite deck currently. Some Jarl, Pallades, that's a deck. I love Pallades. Pallades, I don't know about you guys, has some very interesting cards in it. Kasai, Acilio, Kano. Guys, we're in for a hell of a day. A fair amount of Kasai as well, actually. And then we got a couple of people who haven't yet submitted their decks. But sadly, looks like no Tough, unless one of those people who haven't submitted haven't put through Tough Nut as well. One second, sorry. Okay, just trying to organize a few things. But yeah, what decks are you guys currently playing? For myself, I... That's so funny. Sorry, that's hilarious. It was that they got picked up by the mod. That's so funny. Royalty free tavern music. Yeah, maybe actually we can put some on. Let me try find some. Give me a second. I'm just finding some for us, chat. I don't know. Alright, we're just gonna... I'm just playing 12 hours of copyright-free music. Okay. You know, the classic. But yeah, so Tough Nut, you know, let's take a little second. As we know, Super Slam, the current most recent set of Flesh and Blood, and something that I personally been doing a little bit of thinking about. I definitely feel like some of these new decks that we're seeing from the set have some really interesting and really fun, I guess just like things that they can be doing. You know, if we take a look at Tough Nut as the first example, Tough Nut, a deck where you have 3 intellect, you know, and we've seen heroes with 3 intellect before, and you know, they've not really been anything particularly special, but Tough Nut has a way, and you know, I gotta give credit 2 LSS. They've created a way where it seems fair. The weapon being rock being such a big part of it as well. Being able to be pitched consistently, the deck seems relatively consistent, is an absolute blocking powerhouse too, which I think is really fascinating for a deck that has less cards to be able to do so. But from what I've seen, just the way they can actually build up some of those toughness tokens and defend I love. I'm a big fan of him. If we take a look at some of the other decks, my personal favorite from the deck is Lyeth Goldmane. Again, the complete other end of the spectrum, where we have 5 intellect, but everything blocks and attacks for a little bit less. Now, if I may indulge you all for a brief little minute, when I started playing Flesh and Blood, the first deck that I really fell in love with was Chain. Now, one of the things with Chain that you could do because Chain is a deck that, much like Lyeth, decks itself. It goes through and it will slowly over time eventually run out of cards more. So we have to come up with ways in which we can actually deal damage and get there over the top. And I'm looking at Lyeth going, that deck to me looks like you're going to hit a pitch stack a lot quicker. So you just pitch stack back to back to back absolute slammers towards the end of it. So that's how I see that deck. And I think that deck is really fascinating. Now, Tough Nut, we've talked about, Lyeth, and then Pallades. The deck that, I'm not kidding, multiple people at my LGS have said is going to make them play Guardian. It is a deck that does not follow the traditional Guardian rhetoric, I guess you could say, but does some really fascinating things in that regard too. And I think it's really good. And finally, KO. You know, we've seen a bit of KO just as a character, but KO's new version, where you can, as we know, let me try to find it. I want to read it verbatim because I don't want to accidentally say it wrong. Where is it? No. Where am I? So why am I getting Facebook notifications? What's happening? Oh, that's why. Sorry, guys. The stream in itself is a little bit... It's a little... I'm kind of running it with a string and duct tape. But we're getting there. Let me just... Because I want to read it verbatim. Because it's such a unique kind of hero ability that... I got a little bit caught up with it. So yeah, KO, underhanded cheat. So you can tap, you can pay for and tap KO, and target attack you control has base 6. Okay, so base 6. Now the reason why that's important and why it's, you know, when we talk about it, it doesn't just become 6. It is base 6. And the reason why let's not put that on that screen. And yeah, the reason why that's important for the deck is purely just because if you have something that buffs it up prior, so let's say, and again, you're probably not doing this, but if you have like Slogism, for example, which gives an attack plus 5, 6, whatever it is, and then you activate the ability, it still retroactively has that buff. So it gives KO these really unique and interesting like almost combat tricks, and it's printed on the card, but it is definitely, you know, a very interesting deck and something that I personally really enjoy. If we talk about the meta, a big thing like we've sort of said that we're seeing is Florian. Florian in itself, always been a powerful deck, has access to all of those Earth cards that we know and love, some of the really incredibly powerful ones there. But not only do they have access to Earth cards, but they also have access to the huge slew of Runeblade cards printed over the years. Now, one thing about the deck, and the reason why it kind of fell out of favor a little bit, was the banning of Germinate. So Germinate says, pay XX, create a rune chant or embodiment of Earth token, repeat this action X more times, and then you gain X plus 1. So Florian's ability, doubling the amount of tokens you get, you could play this sort of really long game with this setup where you activate your hero ability and then you try and just make a bunch of tokens at the end, and just absolutely dumpster on people that way. Yeah, so that card got banned. Now, since then, The card itself has been unbanned, which is great. It means, you know, have more tools to play with. But, you know, it does sort of, however, the question of what changed. And if we actually go and take a look as well, it's really interesting. You know, it's a card that they said could cause problems, but they went back on it, and I think that's wonderful. And I think it's definitely great to see when things are getting played with and changed around, and I think that's great. And it's definitely something that I'm glad that LSS is doing. But it's not all sort of easy in that regard. One card that was banned is Scepter of Pain. Now, Scepter of Pain, for those of you who don't know, is a card that it pings them for, you pay 2, ping them for an arcane. If it deals damage this way, you make a rune charm. Now, why is this important? Florian, a game plan with Florian is you would play full fatigue, you would activate Florian's ability using the defense reactions to banish the earth cards. And then in that process, you would activate Scepter of Pain, because Scepter of Pain specifically does not attack. And because it doesn't attack, you would just keep this stack of rune chants there. Every time you'd hit, you'd make 2, and then suddenly germinate, 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 kill them with 1 attack. They cannot block out 40 arcane damage. So it does mean that Germinate, while a powerful card, probably can't have that really, really consistent like OTK, which I think is fine. If you want to OTK someone, you play Kano or you play Acilio. But, you know, Florian, a deck we're probably going to be seeing a decent amount of today. We're going to be seeing probably a lot of Brute. Brute's gotten some really fun toys, regardless of which Brute you decide to play. You know, an incredibly powerful deck just in general. Gauntlet of Tyrannical Rex. Very, very powerful card. Pay 1 and tap. The next attack this turn gets +1. Only activate this if there is a card with 6 or more in your pitch zone. So just being able to present breakpoints, but importantly, it does not say your next Brute card gets +1, meaning cards like Command and Conquer in particular, or something along the lines of Swing Big, where that card suddenly is even harder to block out. Weakest Link for those of you running that sort of thing. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we see some, I guess, of those more classic send big attack kind of brutes. And then hopefully, my thought is I'm hoping that we're going to see some of the real fun stuff too. Let's talk a little bit more about some other cards, that other decks that have sort of were the most dominant, maybe fallen a little bit out of favor. Gravy Bones. We want to talk about card bannings. Lost 6 cards. Golden Tipple Red and Golden Tipple Yellow are gone, meaning that some of that consistency that you would get being able to use the gold tokens from it, as well as draw, discard, put things in the bin, made that deck just absolutely churn. Not anymore. Which, again, do I think it's a bad thing? No. Do I think it's a good thing? I don't play the deck myself, so it was very interesting to see how Gravy players have gone through and how much they have actually sort of adjusted and what they've done to adjust. But, I mean, that deck, I don't know about you guys, I think that deck is super cool. I think it's super interesting. And I just love, I love pirates. I'm just a big pirate enjoyer. So the fact that I'm not playing it's crazy, but I just think it's a very cool deck. A couple other ones, I can talk about Verdance all day. Really consistent, very powerful. Does the wizard thing where it walks you down and then, you know, sort of takes a turn on your turn, but also has the ability just to do some full combo shenanigans. With the release of Light Up the Leaves, we now have access to 6 cards that go 3 for 6. And so we've been seeing some interesting adjustments to the lists. I myself have been thinking about what to put in, what to take out. I'm definitely considering whether or not I should be running trees, but that's a conversation for me to have with the other Verdance players, and no leaking of strats. You know, I gotta hold some strats for my own events too. What else have we got? We've got some people missing deck lists as well. Kasai, you know, we've seen some Dio, a deck that I didn't really have a huge amount on my radar, but Kasai, a deck coming up. And in fairness, I think some people just love to play warriors. But I love the deck. I think the deck's really fascinating. I think it's got some really interesting game. It's quite consistent. And it's definitely one of those things where anytime you have the ability to, I guess, cheat on resources, it's good. And, you know, now that I'm sort of talking about it, if we want to talk about some cards that deck's gotten, while it's not probably gotten a huge amount of warrior cards recently, it's got some, but nothing, you know. I don't think from having a bit of a squiz, it's sort of added anything major. I think the big thing's going to be Riches, the new gem. Riches of Tropaldani. Because when you pitch it, you get a gold token, which means you can pitch it to, you know, one of your pumps initially, pop the gold, and suddenly your swinging sword's free. So that sounds, I don't know, you guys, sounds pretty good to me. And finally, you know, if we're sort of looking through what some of the players are playing, my boy Kano. Kano, the coolest deck. I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it. The coolest deck. You can't tell me otherwise. That deck is unbelievable. It does so much cool stuff. It is so sick. It's interesting to see where it's sort of going to sit in the meta right now, but I definitely think, you know, if you're not prepared for Kano, regardless of what hero you are playing, you can just lose. In particular, if you don't have a huge amount of experience into the matchup and sort of what it does, it's definitely one of those things where you can just randomly lose. But I guess we're going to have to wait and see. Guys, they're still playing through round 1. I'm going to take a little bit of a short break, get myself a tea. Guys, go get yourself some food, grab something. It's going to be a beautiful long day of Flesh and Blood. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. If I'm going to do an intro, I should probably unmute the microphone. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Proquest Fluke Unbox for Pro Tour Yokohama. My name is Matt Brownwood, and I will be taking you guys through round number 2 this time, where players would have just finished their current round and they're getting situated for the next, as I will find out what we are experiencing, what we're playing with. But we are here. We're excited. We're ready for round number 2. We'll see which decks have actually made it through, which decks have been successful. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. Guys, would you like me to keep the background music? Is that nice? I kind of like it. We'll keep it on. But yeah, definitely interested to see what we come up with again. A couple of heroes that, you know, it's definitely interesting to see. There are so many ninjas available, but a ninja that doesn't really get talked about too much these days is Katsu. A ninja very close to my heart, you know, was kind of a powerhouse when I first started playing the game. Is there any heroes that you guys miss seeing around? Now, I'm not talking about like LL'd heroes, because, you know, my favorite hero has LL'd and I miss her every single day. But are there heroes that, you know, just have fallen out of meta favor or anything like that? Because I really want to see some of these old heroes start to do some crazy things. Like, I would love to see like a Bravo start to pop off, for example. Like, I think that hero is sweet. But we'll see. You know, I definitely feel like there's always people who are going to rock up on the hero that they want to play instead of what, you know, shares the meta, which I think is such a wonderful thing about Flesh and Blood. There's just so much that you can do at any given time, and sometimes you're going to rock up and you're going to be playing a deck that no one has seen in a long time and roll people as a result of it. You know, we were talking about a little bit before about Kano, a deck where the more you play against it, the more you kind of understand the lines. But if, you know, they come out of nowhere randomly and suddenly they're doing things and you're like, do I blow this stuff up? And it's what's been really interesting, actually, at least in my opinion, has been to do with a new card that has been released recently. This one right here. It's in my deck box for a couple of for some reason, which is Arcane Compliance. Now, this card, for example, I think is really fascinating. So, those of you who don't know what Arcane Compliance does, until the end of turn, effects can't increase arcane damage that target action card on the stack would deal. Now, very wordy. What does this actually mean? It essentially means that if you have a way of buffing a card on the stack, like the Wildfire, it is a way of turning it off. But this is not a replacement effect. This is something that can be responded to, meaning that, you know, there are ways to play around it. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm a big fan of when we're talking a little bit about like tech cards or cards for specifics. I am a big fan of like interaction. They're not just like silver bullet cards. Also, Miss Bravo, first CC hero ever built. Yeah, man, don't you just remember pitching to, like, making a seismic, pitching a blue, and a tossing when your opponent's on 10 and they have to play around? Oh man, good times. But we are jumping back in just a moment. Our players are getting set up as I find the players for us. I believe we are going to be seeing Ryan Bell on Syndra. My assumption would be with the ninja playmat. Going up against Torfik, who is on Dio. So we saw this matchup a little bit earlier today already. We did see... I'm just checking everything looks okay. Yeah, we did see Ninja versus Dio. Actually, no, it was Syndra again. Yeah, so Syndra versus Dio. So, you know, we've definitely seen a little bit of this one already. But, you know, we're going to see what is different about it. And looking through some of the deck lists already, there is maybe a couple of differences. We look through the Syndra side, all about the same. You know, we're seeing a lot of those really powerful red cards, not a huge amount of blues. An interesting single one of Warmonger's Diplomacy over on that side as well. Looking over from Dio, these decks in general, I would say, are a little bit have some ubiquity involved in them, in the sense of like there are certain cards that the decks just need to function. So we'll see. I think with decks like these, we are going to see it's more just, ooh, what do we got there? Little cheeky little prize. But yeah, it's one of those things where, yeah, these decks generally, like, the bulk of the deck does revolve around, yeah, it just does kind of revolve around these sort of, I guess, engines, and then we'll see sort of how they will work. Looking through some of the, I guess, key cards to really look out for from both sides. So boom grenades are incredibly important for both, for Dio. Red and yellow generally being the ones you want to be on. The deck itself does have a lot of core blues that it likes to run, so it doesn't need to be running the blue ones. So boom grenades, particularly off the top in reactions, is super important. Similarly, coming on the side of Syndra, Art of the Dragon of Blood is an incredibly powerful card. It's a 0 for 4 ninja action, but if it's draconic, it gets go again, and the next 3 draconic cards you play this turn cost 1 less. Now, obviously, that seems pretty good, but the way that it works is with fealties as well is also fantastic. So definitely a card to be looking out for on that side as well. We're also seeing, you know, there's a variety of those Fi cards that we're running, just the 0 for 3, 0 for 4s, the go again. Oath of Loyalty being another one as well. So 0 for 4, go again. It can only be the first attack and only play draconic cards after it. But as we all know, Syndra has ways of making cards draconic, which is pretty cool. And of course, we're seeing the classics, Ancestral Empowerment, Blaze Headlong, those sorts of things as well. Players look like they're about to get ready, and let's take a little bit of a look at that equipment suite. Pretty standard coming through for the Syndra, which I believe is Ryan, running that Mask of Momentum, Flick Lives alongside of the Blood Splattered Vest and the Dragon Scalar Flight Path. Now, trying to make out exactly what we have on the left, but it does look like also pretty standard, but this time Cogworks Tinkerings on the arm piece, as well as Crown of Providence in the head, Teklo Foundry Heart, and finally just those adaptive plating, which is interesting. Means that we are prioritizing block value more so than the extra action points. So Torfic here, great start, able to set up that arsenal and just play out the Teklo Core, an incredibly powerful item just to have at the start. And it's one of these things as well where if you cannot present a ridiculous amount of damage turn 0, don't let your opponent filter. But remember how we were talking about incredibly powerful cards? It does look like Ryan starting this one off strong. Oath of Loyalty, and just immediately reaches for the life total. 4 damage coming through. Rising Resentment will be the next. If it hits, you can banish an attack action card with cost less than the number of Draconic Chain Links. We'll see Flicking the Knives there, just for a little bit of extra damage. And that's going to be 2 activations in regards to the Mask of Momentum. See, he's going to gain a resource as well. The Kunai here. Now, this is, again, interestingly enough, not threatening that mask. Now, I may have missed it, But because they were declared no blocks, I do believe with the way that this works, right? Ooh, doesn't really care about the Mask of Momentum. The Coda's going to come through, and the Lava Burst. What an opening hand here for Ryan. Just able to present 4, 3, 1 into 5 as well. Is it going to be able to buy both daggers back? Doesn't really care about Mask of Momentum in regards to drawing it, because this is sort of the interesting thing, right? Where Mask of Momentum cares mainly and only about the action card hitting. So as long as it's the 3rd or higher in a row, so he's going to draw, but it doesn't really matter. I had the Arsenal card anyway, so it's always that interesting thing of, you know, wanted to be able to get maximum value off his cards, but could have, you know, could we have been threatening again? So there's some interesting interactions between Mask of Momentum and Syndra's ability and flick, the daggers and flick knives, where if you are attacking with a card on the second chain link, so let's say the first attack hits, second chain link then goes through, and they declare no blocks. If you flick the knife, it will hit, but it doesn't care because it cares about how many chain links in a row hit, and the dagger actually counts as it does not count as its own chain link. Whereas if they block the card fully, you can still flick the knife and it still counts as them being hit on that chain link. So it's very interesting. Chat to your judges about it, because it's a little bit above my pay grade, but talking about sort of the crackback here, because we see no blocks were declared outside of the equipment suite, and starting off 0 for 4 with that outpace, technically it is a 1 for 4, but because of the Teklo Foundry, not the Teklo Foundry Heart, sorry, the Teklo Core, gaining those 2 resources at the start of turn just means that this is a full grip here. Looks like we're going to break the chain with Spark of Genius. Now, the reason why you would do this, right, is because when you break the chain here, we're going to look for a card with Crank, meaning we're going to be able to regain our action points. Because we've played a card already with Boost, we'll also draw a card. So this is just sort of setting up again for that bigger turn now. Doesn't look like they're pitching anything, so it's probably just... No, it is going to be the Cerebellum Processor. Assumption being that we're going to Crank. It's either that or we're using the Golden Cog. Yeah. No, we got rid of the Golden Cog already. It's gonna think like... I always get confused. Not like... My brain goes not to the golden cog versus the golden like rum. That's where my brain gets a little bit confused. First round showcase Sydney's top Dio propaganda artists don't believe their lies. I feel like there's some lore here that I don't know. But we'll see now. BIOS update coming through. Is that blue? No, it does look like a red zipper hit here. So we're going to be coming in for 8, I believe. Still has 2 cards in hand as well. This is, I guess, yeah, coming for 8, and this is those aggro matchups. Not a lot of blocking, just seeing who can present more damage back to back to back to back. And you know, it's always interesting going first or second, because you would think second is, it's such a unique sort of decision point, because on one case you can threaten more. Ooh, activating the Cerebellum Processor, because we have a second one that got ripped off the top. So still being able to reload, sort of shades of the old days where we had, you know, 3 Cerebellum Processors, being able to gain action points as well. Another zipper hit, boosting away that heist now. Has the blue to pitch as well, and it's looking pretty good here. It's a yellow zipper hit, so again, not the maximum amount of damage, but it's still a 1 for 4. Ooh, considering, and then another zipper hit here coming through, so it's going to be 5 now. See Ryan shake their hand out as well. Boom grenading off the top as well. So one of those Cerebellum Processors must have just been played from the hand. So the boom grenade talking about it. And look at the damage now. Look at this giant life swing. Now, in fairness, Ryan does have a full grip, inclusive of Arsenal. Now just thinking, we are probably going to also be sending that Symbiosis shot. Activating Processor again. Activating Cerebellum Processor does break the chain. Just going to access it purely just to get that Arsenal card. Now we'll see what the crackback looks like. Starting off with the Kunai. Probably sending the Kunai first because, again, one, you want to build those chain links up to threaten the draw. But furthermore, do it early in the chain. Means that you can also flick it later. Singular point of damage leaking through. Now we'll see. Such a beautiful card there. Using that demonstrative devotion in full art. This is also why you send the dagger here, so want to make sure that we get the go again, and also threatens a fealty on hit. Of course, it's hitting. We're not seeing any blocking here. Blocking is inefficient compared to sending more damage. And I guess this is one of the powers of the Dio deck as well, being able to look at the top card of the deck and knowing what's coming. Now, this one here might entice a little bit of a block. It's a 0 for 4 with the threat of that Mask of Momentum. And yeah, just throw the equipment here. Pitch away the Arsenal card as well. Going to be drawing a card. And one thing about that as well is just to actually look and see as well. So we saw there the flick nose being thrown across. So that means that this next chain link once again is threatening the Mask of Momentum. Because this is the third in a row. Now, one thing as well is that specific Mask of Momentum says when an attack action card you control is third or higher in a row. So we are threatening it again now. Fealty token being cashed in as well. I didn't actually see what card, but Mask of Momentum will be triggered. Another card going into the hand of Ryan. We'll see off the top here. It does just look like... okay, so that was Art of the Blood Dragon. So whatever the card next was free. And now cashing in the boots as well. So you have to see the Dragon Scalar Fight Path. Target Draconic attack gets go again. It's cost 1 less for each Draconic chain link. So we've definitely climbed up the chain links here as well. We're just seeing another 0 for 4. And just, again, this is just that situation of I want to present you the lethal damage first. Now, we'll see Ryan has brought back the daggers as well. So if this attack here does have go again, we'll be able to swing with the daggers again. Just gonna pop that glass card into the arsenal. 8 to 13, but this is, I guess, the thing. 5 cards in hand. 2 Cerebellum Processors will die, as well as that Teklo Core. But starting off 2 resources, 5 cards in hand seems pretty good to me. Now this is sort of where it gets scary. Starting it off with a Boom Grenade. Cranked, as this one, I do believe, yeah, did come from the hand. And looking at the hand there, we see a Zipper hit. Maybe that's either a 0 to 60 or a BIOS update, as well as a backup protocol. Now, it was a Celebratum. BIOS update first. Into another Zipper hit. Oh! Ripping the Pounder off the top as well. Now, that comes into play because of the BIOS update as well. So the next time you boost it, it is going to bring it in. And now this is threatening a lot of damage. One thing, though, with how Teklo Pounder works in particular, whenever you boost an action card, if you do... So, while this one didn't get pumped, the next one, it's not the first, it's just a once per turn action, right? So the next time he boosts, because this hasn't happened, the next attack is also going to be coming in with this breakpoint. And I like not front loading all the damage into one thing here. And in the aggro mirror, this is exactly what you want. You want your opponent to be the one to block first. Activate Teklo Foundry Heart. 1, 2. There are no misses in this deck, but it's interesting as well because Teklo Foundry Heart not only is a way of getting resources in the Dio deck, but it's also a way of actually going through And what it does is it allows you to change the top card. And that's one of the things that these decks look for. They look for different ways to be able to actually edit and change what that top card is to get value out of their hero ability. So the backup protocol red in hand. So just checking through the graveyard, seeing is it worth it instead to see what we can pull from here. Hasn't seen a huge amount of those powerful zero cost attacks. There's one of them. Ripping another zippy hit off the top. So I believe this is, if that is red, this will be coming in for 6. No, it was a blue one. So just 4. Throws the hand as well. Now, can still activate. Because, yeah, we're going to throw out the backup protocol red and activate it immediately. So we're cranking it, then paying the 2 that he has floating to get a 0 cost. He's going to get that red 0 to 60. So that means that this is coming through. This is another 4. And he's going to block once again. A whole hand being committed here. That boom grenade just threatening so much. And it's going to still take 2 off of the guns. Now passing it back, but again, the aggro mirror now. Ryan just in a position where he kind of hopes that the Dio deck can't string together a hand, but ripping the Tekla Pounder off the top there definitely is helping on Torfic. Draws 4. Technically, you kind of have 5 cards because of the card on top as well, if it's an item. Pitching a Tekla Pounder as well. Most Dio decks can function off of just the 1 blue, and coming from here, boosting. It's going to be a pounder, so I believe this is going to be 8. Yeah, so 9 damage being blocked here. And this is definitely an interesting decision as well from Ryan. Looks at his hand and goes, this isn't function. Like, you know, I don't want to be trading my life total at this point for a hand like this. Only has 2 cards left. Single resource floating, so I'm probably not taking a huge amount of damage. So just wants to preserve the life total as best as possible. Set up for the turn where he can actually, you know, block with a card. Maybe Torfic takes a little bit of a turn off. And then just goes from there. We see now a little bit of consideration. Probably, if I'm, yeah, I was going to say, if I'm in this situation, constantly touching the hero card does imply that an item's off the top. Now, the interesting question here is, what do we do with it? Yeah, so we have cranked it. Oh, 2 resources floating. So this is going to come in for 4, and if that is a red boom grenade because of how it works, yeah, it's going to take 4 here. So it was just a yellow, so 1 damage leaked through. And then we'll see 2 is going to come through with that Celebaron Processor. Drops to 3 life. Once again, no cards available. Can't even swing a Kunai here because they do cost 1. Equipment's looking bleak as well, and now suddenly we're going to be Dio passing it back. But no, just going to send it. And I like this. Clear out that arsenal. We're probably not ever going to be in a situation where we can actually just, you know, string together multiple cards. So just send the 0 for 3. We don't control any Draconic Chain Links. Just going to cash in that last little bit of block. I like that. Syndra, without Mask of Momentum, doesn't really present any on-hits. BIOS update now into the red throttle as well. So this is 9, 10, 11 damage going to be coming through. 3 life to play with. And it's just going to present the fist bump. Knows that can't win the game on this sort of cadence of going back and forward between spending my whole hand. And that's sort of the way that you can think about it, right? If we are sort of thinking a little bit about how card economy works, every time that your opponent's spending 2 cards, not including the pitch, of course, as that sort of carries over, spending 2 cards and you're forced to block 3, if not 4, you're not winning that attrition battle. And this is sort of how aggro matchups actually go. Aggro matchups in general, it's all about who's going to get there and who's going to force their opponent to block first. So always interesting. I love aggro mirrors as well. Aggro matchups are mirrors, a little bit different. I'm not a huge fan of mirrors. Oh, sorry, we're opening a pack as well. Let's see what we get. Ooh. Not a huge amount. Nothing major. But, again, we love gem packs. Gem packs, incredible. Oh, there's another gem pack as well. We're going to be opening up our regular pack here. Let's see what we get. Nothing particularly of note. we finally have one more gem pack to do. Obviously looking for that cold foil marble prism. Such a beautiful card. If we get it on stream, I may throw my camera across the room. Ooh! Is that... Ooh, gets the shield as well. Beautiful. What a beautiful card to open on stream. I just want to check. I know exactly what shield that is. I believe, yeah, it's going to be Rampart of the Ram's Head. That's what I thought. Pulling a Rampart of the Ram's Head from a gem pack is pretty great. I mean, couldn't ask for much more. Well, one more thing, but hey, pulling a legendary off of a participation pack, which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, go and play Flesh and Blood in person. Okay? Go and play Flesh and Blood in person. If you go to events, you get gem packs. They have some of the coolest art treatments of cards in the game. You get to hang out with your friends. You get to see people. And the game itself is obviously the best game in the world. So if you can, go do that. But yeah, another aggro mirror. And that's sort of how aggro mirrors are going to go. You're going to be in positions where you got to essentially trade life points back and forth. Use your hands as efficiently as possible. And sometimes you will notice that, like in that mirror, right? Both players towards the start did not block. Like, they threw equipment, but they did not block with cards from hand because they knew that the value of their cards in hand was so much more than if they were on blocking. And that's sort of how that mirror works. And the reason why Dio is an interesting and challenging deck is because, much like Chain in a way, is that you can never have perfect information. You don't know what else is going to be coming off the top of the deck, what's going to change. And so you might look at a hand and go, oh, you know, my output's not particularly good here. But the top of the deck might be fortuitous. You know, you might find that Cerebellum Processor, the Teclo Pounder, whatever it might be. And that suddenly changes all the math. So being able to get maximum value of a hand with the knowledge that the value might change during the game is one of the sort of big challenges when it comes to playing a deck like Dio. But don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to update some graphics. We'll be right back as we will go through and go into our next round. So don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 3. Round number 3 of our tournament. We have the Proquest presented by Fluke and Box. Looking over, I'm trying to just identify which player is which. I believe we're going to have Florian going up against Verdance, which I'm very excited about, which I personally think that this is a Verdance favored matchup, but I'd love to see I'd love to sort of see what each player brings to the table here. Now, as we transition across, these player names are not correct, so let me just fix that up for us. One second, sorry chat. So we have a Valentine. Cool. Beautiful. There you go, chat. Should be a little bit nicer now, at least. So we can actually kind of just identify people together. So yeah, Verdance versus Florian. Two decks built kind of fruits from the same tree. But both decks sort of trying to present similar game plans with what they want to do. So one of them's trying to kill you on their turn, while the other is trying to just overpower you with efficient attacks. Now, an interesting weapon and an interesting thing to note about this is the main weapon of Florian is Reaping Blade. Now, Reaping Blade, for those of you who don't know, is a 1-cost, 3-attack weapon. But importantly, says if a hero has more life than any other hero, they cannot gain life. Essentially meaning that Verdance is in a position where it can't really do ginormous setup turns, because what will happen is that you can't gain life to do the big combo. We see the Icelander Sieves there. A weight on my heart. Talk about Icelander. We could actually just sit here if you guys want and just talk about Icelander for the rest of the day. Put the games on in the background. We can just figure it out. I don't know if Fluke would appreciate that too much though. Yes, we're going to see Florian versus Verdance here. Definitely at least in my testing, as I've said just prior, it just seems a little bit Verdant's favored, because both decks kind of want to walk you down. Both decks want to be in a position where they're sort of slowly chipping both health bars down. The big difference being that essentially Verdant gets to take 2 turns in a row. But if you can put yourself in a life lead where you can afford to take essentially a turn's worth of damage, it's definitely a little bit easier for the Florian, but it's always challenging, right? And that, I guess, is the nature of the matchup. So let me just... Oops. Sorry, guys. I don't know what... There we go. That's better. Don't know why it was doing that. Things are being a bit strange. I don't fully kind of know what's happening. We'll see if we actually have audio yet. No. I went to check if we have like the in-game audio. It's not good. That's fine. We'll make do. So looking over both the deck lists here, we see if we take a look at the Florian list first, definitely what we'd expect. Arcane Seeds, couple of Tillings. We are on a Shadowmount Heroic list, which isn't always the case from what I've heard, but you know, it's also just an Earth block, non-attack block 3, which is great. Same with Shadow of the Millennium Tree, which is quite good with Rune Chants, because it does amp the Rune Chants up to 4. Commander Conquers, E-Strikes, Outed being a card, which is, I believe, tech for things like Syndra, if you expect to verse into them. 1 copy of Runic Reclamation. And we're going to see Andrew start off just by activating the Grasp of the Arknight, making a singular Rune Chant. We'll see. Oh, and also speaking of, actually, Arcane Seeds here. Create a Rune Chant twice, and then likely also gaining the life as well. So what this does mean, though, because now that Andrew is above on life, can no longer actually gain any. Now, if we take a bit of a look at the equipment suite, we are seeing, interestingly, actually, so from the side of Andrew, we have that Diuretic Carapace as well as the Null Rune Boots. So that's Arcane Barrier 3. But also has Spell Void 1. Now, Spell Void means that essentially at any point you would take damage, you can pop, arcane damage specifically, you can pop it, and then from there, it negates one of it. Now, it's a one-time use thing, but it is actually, you don't have to pitch into it. Now, on Verdant's side, we are going to see the use here of Surge and Aethertide, and then taking the damage, which buffs the actual arcane up, and now pitching blue to scour away those 3 Rune Chants as well, presenting what would normally be 3, but because of the Surge and Aethertide, now 4 damage, and you're just going to take the 4. So Verdant's noted, can no longer gain life because of that Reaping Blade static ability, but you know, that's such a great tempo swing. That's really a 7 value swing, because you are essentially not taking the damage there, as well as the fact of you are presenting a bunch back. So definitely a huge swing for the side of Valentine. And then, yeah, coming through from Andrew's side, we're talking about it just before. We're using that Outed. It's just a 0 for 3 with Go Again, but versus, you know, some of these decks that will mark you, 0 for 4 Go Again's pretty good. And then just E-Strike, potentially looking at Go Again with cards left in hand. And then if we look at the equipment side, just while Valentine does some consideration, yeah, we're seeing pretty standard, I believe. I would assume it's Crown of Providence as well as the Stonewall Gauntlet. And then likely running, pardon me, could be Basket of the Millennium Tree. And as well as Storm Striders. Now, it could also be on Alluvian Constellus. which also wouldn't surprise me. So we want some form of AB blocking it out with that brand new incredible card, Light Up the Leaves. Card in hand, card in Arsenal, pretty standard. Just going to pitch, interestingly enough, and this is important to note, we are seeing the first rampant growth be pitched away here. So game's likely going to go long. Don't want to see that straight away. We need that for a big combo turn. Surge and Aether then. This is sort of like the tricky decision for Andrew here, is you can choose to block it, but it's not threatening too much, just one. But if that card in the arsenal is a destructive Aether, yeah, nah, just going to pass. But yeah, the thing with Surgeon, right, because the decision often with Verdance is, do we run Surgeon or do we run Waning Moon? And technically, Waning Moon is probably more damage overall, but Surgeon presents a question a lot where you can rip cards for free, essentially. If they pitch blue to block out the Surgeon Aether with the fear of Surge attacks, and then you come in with, like, Command and Conquer, you're ripping 3 cards. So it's definitely an interesting weapon, and it's not run as much anymore, but it is quite good. Everbloom Life being played first, and then, oh goodness, fusing the Bramble Spark with that Everbloom Life and immediately playing a Command and Conquer. So this Command and Conquer comes in for 1 arcane damage along top of, I believe it's 9. Threatening that Arsenal as well. So not having played out the Arsenal there does sort of give alarm bells going off to Andrew that maybe that's a really important card. And so needs to decide, what do we want to be doing? This entire time I have been muted, turns out. Literally the entire time I have been muted. That is hilarious. I'm using a brand new microphone and I did not realize that it has like an auto mute function. Thank you, Gavin, for letting me know. That's really embarrassing. I've been casting my little heart out. So yeah. Just so I guess, yeah, it's like, yeah, just some really tranquil gameplay. But no, so I guess just to sort of, I guess, reiterate some of the things that have been happening. Importantly, one thing to note is the Reaping Blade on the side of Florian. So Florian's Reaping Blade essentially says that if you have, whichever hero has more life, you just cannot gain life. And so it makes the Verdants setting up with potions very interesting. You kind of have to actually tank a bunch of life. And yeah, same thing. Just leaking your damage, play a potion. Speaking of Felling of the Crown, we're actually seeing 2 Felling of the Crowns present here. And yeah, just going to present the one. Does actually have a Channel Man Heroic in hand as well as a second Felling. Decomposition going to come through. So once again, 8 bottom a card. And I wouldn't actually be surprised depending on the composition of Valentine's hand to see them tank a bunch of damage here. See a block, and then a carapace as well. So now this is where we get to have some fun. So Verdant's hero ability has been turned on, assuming that we have the earth cards in grave. Yep. So every time Verdant gains life from here on out, they are going to ping a damage. Now, it's a bit of an interesting thing if you've never experienced it before. So if you gain 5 life in one burst, that is 1 ping. But if you were to gain 5 life, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, that's pinging them every single time because it is instants of life gain. The third potion being deployed. This used to be the maximum amount that you're actually having, but based on the new talismans as well. I have 1 more to go. See an interesting card on the side of Andrew's hand there, actually. Something I'm surprised is in the matchup. Okay, Amulet of Echoes. So, Amulet of Echoes says target hero discards 2 cards. Activate this ability only if they have played 2 or more cards with the same name this turn. So it's a piece of tech for the Rampant Growth combo, where you go Rampant Growth into Rampant Growth. They can instant speed activate it. But it's interesting as well because the timing of it can be very interesting because sometimes they will have 3. And so they can actually go, cool, in response, yeah, it's definitely an interesting piece to play with, but sorry, stream's gotten a little bit choppy. Let me just do this. 1 second, guys. It's a little bit better. Once again, Rune Chant being created. Coming in here with that Bramble Spark buffed up Rune Ranger Swarm. No go again or anything like that, but it doesn't really matter. We'll see blocking. Ah, okay, now I can actually see the dice. So we actually only had 1 charge on the Olivian Costella, so we're going to pitch a plow under there. Usually indicative of wanting to keep that Arsenal card. Now considerations as to the damage coming through. And one, like I sort of said, if you're going for this big combo turn with the potions versus Reaping Blade, you kind of actually have to leak some damage. Oh, and yeah, there's going to be that amulet coming out, so definitely an interesting piece of tech if you are worried about Verdant as a hero. So I like the decisions actually here from Andrew. Just to include it as Verdant's, you know, a deck that may not necessarily be, you know, as dominant as some of the most dominant decks in the format we've had before, but definitely a deck that has game into everything. And we'll see, coming from that arsenal here, want to talk about tech cards. We're actually looking here, I believe, at a Summer's Fall. which puts an aura on the from the top to the bottom, but choosing not to decompose just because there's actually no auras currently around. So Florian can play around cards like this one here. Summer's Fall being one of them, as well as Scours and that sort of thing, because they're often not instant speeded, just by making sure they use all their rune chants. And because they're running Reaping Blade, it's pretty easy just to send the Reaping Blade at the end, knowing that Wizards, specifically Verdants, have a lot of these tech cards to be able to remove the setup that you may have. We see a couple of important cards: Cadaverous Tilling, as well as that Felling in the Crown inside Andrew's hand. Some key considerations here is the life totals, as you can see, slowly walking their way down. It's one of those interesting salvos as well, because Andrew's looking over at those potions. We've seen 2 Rampant Growths be pitched, but we're still going to have one available. And currently, Valentine's presenting 6 points of life gain, which means that with their current HP, they would be able to gain all of them. So 7. Actually, it'd be 7. Meaning that they could amp 7 currently. So yeah, we're just going to block for 5. Leak of damage. It's literally just damage at this point. And then yeah, so this does actually mean that we can't gain... yeah, it's interesting because popping a potion is not an instant speed action. It is an action with go again. So, you know, the math is quite difficult. But right now, because of how the cards resolve, in regards to popping potions as well as rampant growth, right now, it's only 6. So they can only gain 6 life, meaning that they wouldn't get the full value because rampant growth also gains you a life. But again, this is that sort of juggle you have to play around. Now, if Verdance really wants, they can just set up the full combo, drop to like 2 health and do it. But again, we have the amulet there, meaning that after double rampant growth, you have to set your turn up in a very interesting way. I want to talk about interesting cards though. Millennium Tree is going to come down. And then using that Alluvian Costellus to come through. Now, the damage off of this as well is quite scary. Specifically not an Earth card pitched. So you would sort of assume an Earth card is coming, but because of the use of the Search and Aether, the next arcane damage is being pumped up by 4. And for those who've not really played into Arcane a lot, big number Arcane is usually pretty scary. Particularly, as we'll see here, pitching. This is definitely one of the more interesting additions to the deck that I don't really myself know a huge amount about. But it's actually the inclusion of Evergreen. Played from Arsenal, it goes to the bottom when the chain closes, but it's just another big Earth attack, I guess, as a way of putting Earth cards in. And we're actually going to see here, we did see a little bit of a block using that Germinate on the original attack from the Surge and Aether, so only 1 leaked through. So when we look now at the Pulsing Aether life, well, the Pulsing Aether specifically, it's buffed up by 1, but importantly, an Earth card has been placed into into the pitch zone, so we are actually going to keep the tree around. So that damage has come through. We still see Verdant sitting a little bit lower. But importantly, Florian's hero ability is not currently active. So a lot of the plays that you would be looking to make as Florian, where one of the most impactful things you can do later on in the game is pitch a blue, make 2 rune chants, and swing Reaping Blade. 1 card 5 is always quite good. It's actually 1 above rate. We actually see the 4th potion inside Valentine's Ham, because one of those potions is actually the new signet. Or the amulet, sorry, the Ponamu amulet. Just some considerations here, because if you're deploying a potion in particular, you kind of want to use your whole hand, because you can't do a huge amount outside of maybe E-Strike into potion, but it's a little bit low value. And yeah, we are just going to see just a block. Conserve the life total. We're not in a position where we want to go off yet, so we don't need to drop significantly lower. And yeah, just play out the Surgeon, place the 4th one. Now, the thing with that Surgeon that we just saw is that it was for 4 based off of the Millennium Tree, which has now been placed into the graveyard. We're going to make a couple of rune chants here. Again, though, ideally you want to be using these Arcade Seeds when your hero ability is turned on, but 2 for 7, or 2 and 7. It's quite powerful here, but Verdance is sort of in that prime position now where you can start to look to set up these big combos. And like I sort of was saying before, the Amulet of Echoes can definitely be played around with. It's good because it means they can't full combo you. For those of you who don't know, the full combo with Verdance is you have 4 healing potions, and ideally you also have 4 ways of gaining health on board. So through the amulet and the 3 healing potions, alongside ideally one other way of gaining life. The usual choice in that regard is to use something like Heartbeat of Candlehold. So you would pitch a blue, go Heartbeat of Candlehold, or depending, there's a combo. With Waning Moon, the combo is Heartbeat of Candlehold, crack all your potions, play double or triple Rampant Growth, and then Waning Moon, and that's like 44-ish damage. Or you can just go triple Rampant Growth with the potions into something like Light Up the Leaves or Burn Bear. But it's kind of hard to do that here because we actually have the amulet. Now, can you play around it? Yes. It's just a little bit weird. But the timing wise, you can actually, in response, dump your hand because it would be the next time. Like, Amp is a little bit of a weird one. I'd have to look up the exact ruling. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, I do believe that you can amp retroactively. So you would just activate Surgeon first, and then in response to Surgeon, you would activate the triple Rampant Growth, and then that way you actually have no cards to discard in hand. It does mean that you kind of have to be a little bit more set up, and you have to find that perfect hand, because ideally you want to be doing that into a 1-cost burn spell. It does make it a little bit more challenging. But yeah, if you hold priority, you can do it in that way. I don't even think you need to hold priority necessarily, because you can, like, if you do them... Oh, sorry, you have to hold priority anyway, just because of how, like, you want the cards to resolve, but, yeah, you can always just do it in response. Felling of the Crown will be the next decision. And with how the game is going, I guess the scary thing for Andrew is the fact that Valentine doesn't even actually need to full combo them at this point. They have so much life available in relation to Andrew's life total. Oh, but that's a scary card. Channelman Heroic. Interesting enough, Channelman Heroic is an aura, so this Swarming Gloom Veil coming in for 6 will have go again, because we have created an aura this turn. Now, curious to see, but we are actually seeing a blue Rootbound Carapace being pitched. Yeah, so just reading chat, you could always Striders on your own turn if you want to be spicy. That's actually not that spicy because what you can do, assuming that your burn card you want is in your arsenal, which I think is actually the best way of doing it. We'll see another Summer's Fall here. We're just going to put, this time we're going to activate the Decompose, and it's actually going to put Shadowmount Heroic on the bottom, and that's why that card was being left there by Valentine. Just the way you sort of, as a wizard player, you have to identify, how do I lose this game? And then you play around it, and that right there is the perfect option for it. But what you can do, assuming the burn card's in your arsenal, you can activate Storm Striders just to get the, like, in response to the amulet, just to get the card out of your hand, and then just leave it floating. So everything else resolves, goes through, and then you can use the floating resources. So there's all these little tricks, and like wizard traditionally is considered a little bit of a challenging class, and there's definitely some decision points, but it's just being aware of the little things you can do when stuff doesn't go right, and that's just done with reps. And now we'll see the Command and Conquer is going to come out, just 2 blocks. And this is like one of the things as well, which is why cards like Light Up the Leaves and Burn Bear are so powerful. Because when we only had Burn Bear, it meant you had 3 big spells that you can actually use to kill your opponent. But now that we're running, well, now that Verdance has access to 6 cards, you can definitely block with them with a bit more impunity, which is important. And now we're going to see Andrew's sort of time to turn the corner here. Gonna block with the piece, take some damage, and oh, you put 1 on the bottom, but this time we have the second Channel Mount here. And we're gonna see coming through for 6 damage, Channel Mount giving +3 to every attack this turn, or as long as the channel is actually on the field. So, you know, utilize them, as we've seen by big decks in particular. Decks such as Briar back in the day, just use these and then go as wide as you can to do as much damage. We'll see both players just exploring each other's graveyards to see what's available, what cards haven't been spent, as well as banish zones for the same reason. Trying to figure out what's the follow-up for Andrew. And this is, again, sort of that moment where, if you're Valentine, you might be reaching for those Stonewall Gauntlets because they're going to be blocking for 2 in this instance. Life totals are getting low enough where you can just start thinking about killing. So he has a tree in hand as well. When I'm talking about tree, of course, channel the Millennium Tree. Yeah, she's going to take the 6 here. No threatening on hits. And a pitch is going to come through. Make 2 rune charts because, again, we've hit that critical mass of 8. And now this is interesting. We're going to see coming through. Swarming Gloomveil coming in specifically for 7 and 2 rune chants. Because of how many auras we've made on hit, you cannot block Arcane for the rest of the turn. Now, no cards left available. It's not really that intimidating, but it is something to be aware of, that is an ability that Swarming Gloomveil has. Once again, plenty of consideration here. So it's presenting 9 life, more than half of your current life total. But, you know, there is the option to also play out these potions. Now, I've not properly been pitch stack tracking. It is a little bit hard to pitch that track over a camera, but could be getting close to having those Rampant Ghosts come back. So just deciding to take the 2 rune chants. Yeah, this is smart. Okay, so we're going to be using the Millennium Tree, because we don't need the additional, plus the Stonewall Gauntlet, buffed up because of that Channel Mount Heroic here. So blocking for 5. It's just taking 2 little bits of damage, and then just a Reaping Blade for 3. Depending on the structure of the hand, likely just to present 1 card here. Or just take the damage. Yeah, taking the damage, drop to 9, and now this is where things get a little bit scary. Because, yeah, we're going to see another Millennium Tree followed up. Oh, by the Burn Beast. There's going to be 9 arcane damage coming across. And we only have the ability to block 3. So that's 6 damage here. So going to 11 versus Verdance when they have access to a bunch of life gain and combos. I guess it is good to know that you do have a Channel Mount Heroic coming into this next turn as well. But if you're pitch tracking, I should say, you do know that those rampant growths, at least 2 of them are accounted for, and they're likely coming up again soon. We also don't know if we have the 3rd one as of yet. Are they even sideboarding it in? Sometimes they'll just run 2, but if we're running potions, you can generally account for the fact that there's 3. Let's take a look at the hand. Haven't got back there yet, though. A Tilling Plow Under, as well as the blue and a defense reaction. We're going to see Plow Under coming through. Not going to bother with the decomposition here. Don't need to. And now we're going to see 9 damage and 2 rune shots coming across. This is where things may start to get a little bit hairy for Valentine. And in particular, does not have a card that deals arcane damage. So needs to start considering, what do we do in this situation? The life totals being where they are. Do we even need to keep around these potions? Do you actually start gaining some life just to actually use them for value? Because 4 potions sitting there, you know, we've taken 4 game actions, 4 turns, 4 abilities to actually do something to deploy these potions, and currently they are giving us 0 value. And it's getting to the life total where you may not actually be able to gain any life based on how what life totals get walked down. Now, generally speaking, if you are versus an arcane based hero, you're pretty happy as, you know, as the wizard to be in that sort of situation. And yeah, look, immediately Andrew, during this thought process, starts to count the deck, needs to figure out how many cards away we are from those rampant growths, because as you're saying, we can't gain a huge amount of HP here to the side of Valentine, but even just 1 or 2, if you're double rampant growthing, you know, that's 4 plus alongside whatever the spell might be. Eventually it gets to the point where, as the wizard player, you just start counting. You can only block this amount. And yeah, lots of consideration for Valentine here. Trying to maybe consider, is there any way that we can keep this Channel the Millennium Tree around? Because that there might actually be more important than presenting damage back. We'll see. Yeah, look at the cards being kept. 2 reds. So probably not looking to actually deploy them. But I guess you then ask the question of, if I am able to, because, and this is the really scary thing if you're Valentine at this point, there's 2 Earth cards in the pitch zone for Andrew here. That Channel Mount Heroic is sticking around for 1 more turn, and this is where things get real scary, because Rune Blades traditionally may have a problem of breaking a bunch of non-attack actions, but generally speaking, the non-attack actions for the side of Andrew are pretty high impact these days. You don't really have, you know, from back in the day, Whispers of the Oracle just randomly sitting there. And we'll see what Valentine actually decides to prioritize. Do we prioritize trying to keep around this Millennium Tree? We see that there is a couple of disruption pieces here, but the main one being Plow Under. There's no Arsenal left. Rune charts have been declared, and we are going to block with... Oh, we are going to block 3 here, actually. So we are going to be using the Carnivore... we're going to full block it out. And yeah, we're going to decompose just so we can actually get the full 4 block of the Carapace. A bunch of Earth cards being presented here, but yeah, 2 left, and we have 1 card. Now, I didn't catch a glimpse of the card, but hopefully we're looking to see... Oh, we're actually just going to gain some life, and by gaining 2 life here, that is going to be Verdance pinging you for 1, and that's why we do it on that turn, because we want to have it, and because of the rampant, that's 4 damage. 4 damage is nothing to scoff at. Looking... Oh, but if we look actually at the hand over here from Andrew, The cards in hand are not particularly good. We're seeing a couple of Fruits of the Forest, so we'll at least have a singular big attack coming through, but you know, we don't have that go wide, really utilizing that Shadowmount Heroic that we'd like to be. That's triple Fruits of the Forest right now. 3 fruits. It is actually a full forest in the side of Andrew's hand. Hope you all like apples, because we got plenty of trees to go around. As see as well, Trot Along being that last card in hand. Trot Along being the next card with base 3 or less attack gets Go Again. We're at that sort of position where the life totals are being walked. And if you're Andrew in this situation, you need to really consider how much we're doing. Blocking for 3 here, and we're going to keep the Trot Along in hand. Has the Fruits of the Forest available? I guess the question is, right, do they do anything in the combo? Because the thing is, right, when you talk about someone like Kano, the combo happens over several cards, but generally speaking, Valentine is going to be presenting 1, at most 2 big instances of arcane damage. And we see, look at the hand here. We finally made it back to Rampant Growth. And as we've sort of said, not a lot of life can actually be gained here. But one thing that Florian cannot do, the hero, has no ability to kill you on your turn. So Valentine in this situation is probably thinking to themselves, how do I get as low life as possible? How can I get to 1 HP and make it so I can present the maximum amount of damage by amping up using these Rampant Growths? Oh, and also has Heartbeat of Candlehold in hand too. So that's a lot of arcane damage being presented. But look at this, just passing. What an incredibly smart play. Passing here because Andrew knows for a fact if he cannot present the life total in one fell swoop, suddenly going to 1 means he's taking significantly more damage because he's counting the pitch stack. And now Valentine, caught in a difficult situation. You have the ways of amping up your arcane ability, but you cannot gain more than a singular put of life. And now Valentine's stuck with not only 1, not 2, but 3 cards that are dead. Double Rampant Growth, Heartbeat of Candlehold, and a random blue. Looks like an Everbloom. 4 potions and nowhere to go. And this is the challenge now. Rampant Growths don't block. I think in this situation, you're almost priced into just trying to do something. But the problem with potions, once again, as we've always sort of spoken about, you cannot use them on your own turn, or on your opponent's turn. Even the Ponamu Amulet, it's an action. So suddenly, this 8 points of ramp that you have here, essentially representing what? 16 plus 8, so 24 points of damage off. Cannot use them. Valentine very heavily in the tank, knowing now that the rest of the pitch stack is not looking particularly interesting. Now, Verdant's ability means you only deal the damage. And look at this. Gonna gain a singular point of life and present that singular point. And I like the decision here. Gain 1 life so we can get a 0 cost back, place it on the bottom of the deck. And I guess the question is, which one are we looking at? And smartly, Andrew decides to take the damage. Ooh, I don't believe you can pick... Yeah, the card is less than the amount of life you've gained. So may actually be failing... Yeah, failing to find. But that's okay. We gained a life. We pick... Don't put that one in the bin. You need the hero. But yeah, Andrew very smart now. So if Andrew can buff off a singular card to present 10 life, sorry, worth of damage. And look at this. Has a Millennium Tree of his own. And it's actually just going to pitch away one of the Rampant Growths. Identified now that we don't actually need both of them to do it here. Needs to be able to get cards out of the hand. Needs to be able to put something in that arsenal so we can have something to block with or find a big burn spell. I do believe that there is still at least 1, maybe 2. But we've seen a lot of blocks when it comes to Light Up the Leaves and Burn Bears. 8 life. Not a lot of life gaining that can happen now. Turn is passed back. 3 cards in hand. What's in that arsenal? And it is going to be a tech card that I don't think many people saw coming. The Trot Along's going to come here. Now, what does that even do? I don't believe... Is that Trot Along? Yeah. I don't know. Next attack with 3 or less base attack. I need to know what's in the hand. Ooh. Maybe reconsidering the pitch. Yeah, no actions have been played. So, has Double Fruit, Millennium Tree, Trot Along. Yeah. Lots of Earth cards, nothing really super powerful. Can't actually get any value out of that Trot Along here. Definitely seems like the nerves might be starting to kick in a little bit. Or, and this is actually probably more likely, this is something that you can do, is that you actually want to try and bait the Verdance player into taking actions early. But we'll see a Millennium Tree coming out now. Priorities held. We're going to activate, and this is where it gets real scary. Because now that you have the Millennium Tree in play, we make 2 Rune Charts. The first Rune Chart's coming in for 4, followed then by, yeah, the Reaping Blades. This is going to be technically 5 and 3. And I wonder, does this have Go Again? It does. So because the Reaping Blade has base 3 and it doesn't care about card, it says attack. It does mean that with 1 card left in hand, it is kind of scary to go to 0. Or to take the whole thing. Because, yeah, what's that? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You go to 2. Does allow you to crack 3 potions on the same turn, though. And we do know a Rampant Growth is still available. But looking at the hand here. Yep, so all the Arcanes being taken. Goes to 5. Now, Go Again is still live, so you have to be careful here. Heartbeat of Candlehold still in play. Inside the hand, as well as Felling of the Crown. Regaining back all the life. This is maybe a bit of a miscommunication. Ooh, okay. Importantly, inside Valentine's hand, we have 2 Heartbeat of Candleholds. As I believe there was a singular Destructive Aethertide, and inside the arsenal is 1 Rampant Growth. We also have a card to give. There's a Felling of the Crown. But this is always the scary thing, right? And this is where you start looking at your deck. And yeah, I'm just going to take it. Goes to 2. Andrew considering his options. And I guess the question is, puts the fruits into the arsenal. Because it cannot gain the life anyway because they're above. And now full grip. Gonna start popping amulets. First one. 2 damage coming through, gain 2 life. And that's when you start to get scared if you're Andrew. The moment the dice comes out tracking the HP that has been gained this turn. Looking through hands doesn't look like anything in particular that we can use here to counteract what's about to happen. As we'll see a second health potion being used. So go to 8. This one you can technically block. If you're worried about the activation of the 3rd one. Unless they've already gained life. Because if they gain the life, you take the ping here. Because that means they cannot activate the next one. Because one thing about how Reaping Blade works is that because this health gain is not incremental, if it's 7 to 6, Verdance can activate a health pot and still gain 2 and go above because it's incremental. So I believe ideally you take, or you gonna instead pitch, block the damage. Perhaps is more concerned about the double instead. Now we'll see Rampant Growth using the singular one. Should be another ping. And I think this is the really scary thing here as well, is that we still actually have 2 potions. So this doesn't actually need to kill. But we'll see a 7 damage Surgeon Aether Tide coming across, followed then likely by this Destructive Aether Tide, which does a couple of things here. Even if somehow it does not kill, unless, and I guess this is also something terrifying to do, are they actually, maybe they don't, maybe they send the Felling of the Crown after this as well. Bait out all of your cards to be pitched to block as much Arcane as possible, and then Felling of the Crown, you Arsenal the Destructive Aether Tide, and when you have no cards at hand, go for the throat. It's a little risky, probably not necessary to be this fancy, but depending on the reaction here, we'll see. See another blue pitched, as well as cashing in the Spell Frayed Head. So it's going to be 4 blocked. So only taking 2 points of damage here. So the Destructive Aether Tide does not kill. Can't gain life at all. Now, they don't know it, but there's a non-block in hand for the side of Andrew here. This will be very interesting to see what card is pitched, what's being presented. It is going to be the Heartbeat of Candlehold pitch, and incredible use there of the Surgeon Aether Tide just to bait it out. Has to bottom 1 card left in hand. Does have a little bit of armor block left, but if you armor block here, yeah, it's going to use up all your Arcane Barrier, and just like that, the fist bump is extended as Valentine is going to actually end up going through and taking the game over Florian in a gritty, grindy game where the use of Reaping Blade is so much of what actually happens, and so much of how much that game goes back and forward. Such an interesting piece of equipment. Such just really shuts down a lot of the things that Verns wants to be doing. And some really interesting micro and macro decisions from both players throughout that game. Definitely not an easy matchup for anyone involved. There's a lot of stuff you got to do, a lot of stuff you have to consider, definitely a lot of things that are very atypical, that are that matchup specific. But sort of looking through the cards here as well, I do believe that there was a big chance that there was still remaining inside the deck 1 burn spell for 6. So even if that right there didn't kill, going to 1, losing your Arcane Barrier at 2 does just mean that at some point all Verns has to do is count to 2. And that is one of the things with Wizards. It's why more often than not they're not very tanky, why you have to deal damage to them early. Because if it gets down to low life totals, at some point they can just look and go, you're dead. No interaction, nothing along those lines. What an incredible game, though, from both players. Lots of back and forward. I do actually think the big thing was bottoming the Channel Mount Heroic by using the cards from Vern, specifically speaking of here, Summer's Fall. A card that was introduced mainly as a way of dealing with Illusionosaurs, but has found so much in regards to all... has found so much in regards to just like the amount of usage that you can actually get. And that's one thing, like Scour, a card has gone up in value because there are so many auras now that you can ping around with them. But yeah, an incredible, incredible game. Vern's my favorite hero currently as well, so I'm pretty biased in that respect. But Florian, a deck that is incredibly scary, and one thing can just set up these ginormous turns too. So nothing to scoff at. Just incredible gameplay from both players. But that's going to be the end of round number 3. We're going to be back relatively soon, as that game was a pretty long one. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon with game number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Proquest Fluke Box for the Pro Tour Yokohama. My name is Matt Brownwood. We're bringing you round number 4, where Florian, a hero that we've just seen, is going up against a hero we've not seen yet today, and a hero that, if I'm being frank, I haven't seen much of in a very long time. Kasai, the warrior herself. An incredibly fun, interesting, and unique deck that, presents some very difficult questions and demands some challenging answers. Now, looking through over on the side of Matthew O'Grady's deck, very similar in regards to its construction for Florian. I was wrong. Apparently, Trot Along is an incredible card that everyone's running of, and I was just out of date. But let's take a look at Declan Bradley's list. Now, looking over as well, we do have a singular piece of Arcane Barrier in the Null Rune Gloves. Will be interesting to see whether or not that's important and brought in. But looking through as well, just some cards that I love. Riches Tropodani, again, a card that this deck utilizes incredibly well. Some other new cards, Sharpened Senses. Your weapon attacks get +1 if their base is if their attack is greater than twice their base, it gets go again. Pretty easy to do that. And then it's an aura at the beginning of your end phase, you destroy it. But a great addition. Trot Along, another one, also for the side of Kasai. An incredibly powerful card that in common as well. Coming through, giving the swords go again because of their base. Provoke, another one also that's popped up recently. When you're attacking with a weapon that's chain link, the defending hero reveals a card from their hand. If it's an action card, you add it to the chain link defending, otherwise they discard it. So a way of, again, pulling cards back on. And look at the beautiful Reaping Blade there coming through from Shadow versus Light. Interestingly enough as well, looking over on the side of Kasai, we are going to see a single Centauri Saver as well as a Hot Streak, which is if this is defended by one or more attack action cards, Hot Streak gets a go again this turn, which is pretty great. Crown of Dominion, the card being used by Kasai here, so that's why a gold token starting off on the field. Grains of Bloodspill, an incredibly powerful card used to bank up resources for the next turn. Valiant Dynamo, some of the best defending boots in the entire game. And then, of course, not wanting to die just to the Rune Charm generation, the Null Rune Gloves in the glove slot. Very similar coming through from Florian. Able to use the full fridge this time, so well-grounded being the leg pieces, as well as Grasp of the Arknight, Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, and Face Purgatory, a card that, used in the right circumstance, can absolutely be devastating. We'll see, actually presenting some damage turn 0 here. So gonna make a Rune Charm, which is immediately blocked. But then Oath of the Arknight creates the second one. Gives the Reaping Blade +1. So coming in for 2 and 4. But also allows you to, I guess, filter some of the hand. And Hot Streak's gonna be the first one. Now we'll see coming back, no blocks being declared, and this is sort of the thing, right? You don't declare any blocks on the Hot Streak, they've just got things like a run through, like this one here. Just naturally giving it a go again. Leaking through some damage, and this is what I was sort of saying about asking questions. Now, Grains of the Bloodspill can be used here, as a weapon has hit. So what that does is, creating a Vigor token. You pay a resource to essentially bank a resource up for the following turn. And that's an important card to see pitched away. Blood in her hands for the second cycle here. Centauri Save is going to be present. Still, I believe it's a singular card. A singular card in hand. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Yeah. Yes, a singular card in hand as well. So it does have some threatening things that could still be present. Considering blocks, and you have to remember as well is that whilst this deck does not run a huge amount of cards with Reprise, it's not 0. So we have a singular copy of Iron Song Response, as well as a couple of the other classics. Glint the Quicksilver, a big one, as well as Overpower as well, just in the blue. This is what Kasai is going to do. Kasai is just going to walk you down, leak some damage, and then eventually have a big turn once they've assembled enough copper. Enlightened Strike. Going to be the next card through for Florian. Coming in for 5, likely with Go Again. As 2 additional damage here does not make up for, pitching. Attack with the Reaping Blade as well. That's a channel, and it's going to be our new favorite card, Trot Along, being used to block there. He's going to pop at the start, and this is, again, just a singular resource now. Has access to the gold as well, but Spoils of War instead. And look at that as well. This is going to be one of the cards that I'm going to talk about a fair amount. Riches of Trapodani. 2 gold available now for Kasai. Because pitching that card there allows a gold to be created. Essentially meaning at any point they can draw a card and then swing both swords for free. Once again, Spoils of War. One of the more important cards actually because of Blood in Her Hands. Blood in Her Hand cares about copper. And Spoils of War gives you 2 copper every time a weapon hits. So Sink Below going to be used here. No other blocks being used, but doesn't matter. Hot Streak coming in now as well. Also threatening copper generation. Plenty to consider when versing this deck as well. Going to present the Warmonger's Diplomacy here, and we see the attack reaction getting through because 2 copper there represents a fair amount when it comes to damage later on with those Blood on Her Hands. And the deck in itself doesn't really rely on copper at all, so it's just kind of like, oh, you've just sort of allowed me to have a much scarier turn later in the game. Command and Conquer, the reprise coming through for Florian. Matthew not really able to find any of those Decompose cards yet. That's sort of when the deck really gets rolling. I guess it really just depends on the power of that arsenal, because sometimes, 6 damage, also nothing to scoff at when you're trying to walk your opponent's life total down, and that is one thing with Kasai. Sometimes you kind of struggle to do big bursts of damage without things like Blood on Her Hands, but looking over, and this is something I don't know a huge amount about myself, and cashing in some equipment here, but Raise an Army is a 3 of, so Declan's deck. And those Cell Swords can definitely present some pretty scary turns. In particular because Florian in itself doesn't have a lot of innate big wide Go Again compared to Runeblades of the past. So being able to deal with those Cell Swords is definitely a little bit more challenging. Hit and Run was the Arsenal card here. So it probably doesn't have another way of giving Go Again, but it's going to activate Kasai as well. As you don't know Kasai's ability, you can banish 2 red and 2 yellow cards from your graveyard. And the next time a weapon you control hits a hero this turn, create a gold token. So essentially it gives all of these Cell Swords, not Cell Swords, sorry, all of the weapons that Kasai has now an on-hit effect, which is something Warrior sometimes was lacking if they weren't running Dawnblades. So the scary block here, but using the new block card that a lot of the Earth heroes have decided to gravitate towards. Canopy Shelter. When you defend with it, you create a Might token. Oh, you want to talk about absolutely terrifying cards inside the Kasai deck. Obviously, you have some of those big action cards, but Blade Flurry is one of the more devastating ones because it's a 0 for 4 essentially over 2 separate attacks. And yeah, look at this. Gold's going to be created here, so 3 gold now available for Kasai. Now the hot streak coming in as well. This one not threatening gold generation. Still a scary place to be. Player Wonder is available though for the side of Matthew. Now, well, it is a good card. Yeah, gonna sink it to the bottom because you want to have 4 cards in graveyard minimum. And just top decks looks through, finds the fruits of the forest. No further reaction. And this is sort of the thing that you want to be doing as a warrior player. Counting the reactions, going, cool, I don't need to overcommit here. I'm burning through their defense reactions. And now, passing back, Fruits of the Forest or an Everbloom. Card in Arsenal still, so still plenty left to do. Going to discard the Fruits, gain a little bit of life back. Is lower, so the Reaping Blade does help there a little. And now, oh no, still going to send it. So Plowlander's coming through. Arsenal's going to get bottom, but this does not threaten a huge amount. But in general, you need to be spending these cards to get yourself online. It is very important in all of the decks that have Decompose because you want to have your ability turned on. Because otherwise, you're essentially playing a blank hero. I believe that's Draw Swords being played. Next Warrior Attack gets +3, draw a card, but it does cost 3. But it allows you to cycle and... Oh. Is that a second one as well? No. That second card looks more like an Outland Skirmish. So +3, +6. Plus an additional Unsheathed, I believe. Yeah, so Unsheathed coming through as well. So +9, where it's twice its basic, it's go again. So this is 9, go again, 2 resources floating, and a card in hand. This is terrifying. This is some of the cards that the deck does need to actually sort of push over those sort of initial like 1-2 damage leaks. Now we'll see plenty of equipment being blocked, and in particular, Face Purgatory is one of the things being blocked with. Now, the thing, run through, so it doesn't have another set of guard game. It doesn't really matter in this instance, it's more setting up for next turn. So the interesting thing about Face Purgatory is when it defends together with an attack and non-attack, you discard the card. So there was actually no instance where Declan could actually use the reaction there because it was still in the defense window. But the card's still going to hit, on hit, make a vigor. Expanding the 1, and then just the hot streak going to come through. And that's a key piece of equipment there as well being used by Matthew O'Grady. Now, the players have actually just moved the cards away for our benefit, but they are still technically on the chain. The chain was not broken, and a Cadaverous Tilling being blocked on the hot streak. Technically, let's go again, but nowhere left to go with it. Drawing back up. And look at this, we're just going to have a setup turn here coming through from Matthew O'Grady. Just going to use the Arcane Siege just to make some rune chants. And hey, you know what? Let's make some more. So 4 rune chants coming through. Just sitting there, set up for that next turn. Sadly, no rune gate cards legal in Florian, but if they were, you know, you'd be brimming with excitement at this point. That thing with setup turns, full grip available here for Declan now. Pitching. We're actually going to crack a gold in this instance. So drawing a card. 2 resources are floating, but key and important, those swords are both free. Besides static ability saying if you've drawn a card, it costs 1 less. And now once again, whenever we introduce additional cards, plenty to think about. Kasai ability here, alongside our run-throughs. Now going to still have 2 resources floating. Sorry, not a run-through. God, it's a hit and run, I believe. Yeah, hit and run. Just giving it a go again. Kasai ability also online here. So wants to try and replace the gold that was created. Or that was spent, sorry. Ooh, the full art trot along going to be used to block as well. Now the hot streak coming through. This is always the scary thing when versing a warrior. You never know what stuff they've got literally up their sleeve. Just taking a moment just to consider. Declan, I believe a singular card left. Maybe not. Just going to double block it here. And... oh, I lied to you. He had a bunch of cards left. And as a result, in the swing, +3 because it's the second attack being used, as well as Jarred Edge. Damage this would deal cannot be prevented, so turning off of those boots. Bigger token also created. Arsenal set up now. And just blown out. Try to overblock it as well. Plenty of damage leaking through, but as you can see, 32 life versus 34. Lots of game actions, not a lot of damage, but yeah. One card, 4 and 3, pretty good. Yeah, so he's going to take the 4 rune chance and then just use, and this is the power, truthfully, the most powerful, one of the most powerful pieces of defensive equipment, Valiant Dynamos. Because the Kasai decks almost always swing in 2 swords. Couple of buffs, and we want to talk about again, now's the time to block. Spoils of War coming through. Threatening more of that copper generation for the later turns with the blood in their hands. Florian, plenty to consider, but again, struggling to find the ways of decomposing in this game as well. That's the thing that really makes Florian turn the corner. Plenty of considerations. Because what appears to be just a simple sword for 7 has much... sword for 8, sorry. I forget it's Centauri Sabers, not the hot streak. Sword for 8. Just so much left when you've got 2 cards available. And you know the second sword is coming. Still has the resource left for that one. Clearing a lot of blocks, but still a singular point of damage is going to get through. Copper being generated now and still has the hot streak left. Can't even cash out Buckskin and the Millennium Tree yet for its additional benefits. And now we'll see as well. Probably still, yeah, just the blue hit and run, but a +1 make it bouncing this up to 3. Florian has a lot of earth cards that do block for 2, so trying to bank on the fact that he probably doesn't want to spend equipment here. Also still has that card in Arsenal, so many things that can be used in reaction just to pump it up just enough to get it over the top. Yeah, just Matthew trying to consider at what point does he try and make a play, try and turn the corner around, but if you can't find these decomposed cards, you know, anything at this point now has 2 inside the banish zone already. So if you can find stuff along Plow Along or Felling of the Crown is at least going to start presenting those big numbers alongside their devastating effects. But until then, probably just prioritizing. Yeah, he's going to play Shelter from the Storm. It's going to be 0 for 4. Was considering whether or not to save that and park it in the arsenal. And I do like it was a red hit and run. So that was actually coming in for 5. Thus the singular point of damage leaking through. And the copper's definitely present now. Blood in the Hand's going to be turned on and able to use it to full effect. 6 copper is what you need to max that card out. And sitting on 8 right now. At a point now where if the hand really bricks, can pop a coffer. Still has plenty of gold left available though. 2 reds into the pitch zone. Seems a little bit efficient trading 2 for 1, but you have to remember as well. Resource hungry hands, you've also got the ability to swing the swords for free. Speaking of, from the arsenal, Blood in Her Hands. Now, this card, multi-modal, okay? But because of the amount of copper, can use all of it. And that is why the use of the Kasai ability there regardless, because every sword swing now is free. So, oh, good lord. So, just for some context, let's focus on Blood in Her Hands first. So, each weapon now has +2 while attacking. Both have go again while attacking. And both weapons can attack. Each weapon has +1. Card is confusing. It's hard without being able to hear it. But essentially, you have 3 modes. So +1, go again, and can attack twice. And each of those modes can be activated twice. So it looks like he's put 2 +1 counters on the Centauri Saber. And it may also just be that it's all been pumped onto the Centauri Saber. Alongside that, Outland Skirmish, +3. And the next time it hits, you make a copper. On top of that again, we have an additional use of the Unsheathed, which is it gets go again, because it has an additional +3. So this is a buttload of damage coming through. And the terrifying thing is that there's copper left to burn. Each of these sword attacks is going to be free as well. So at minimum, this sword is coming in for 4 every single attack. But in addition as well, has on this specific attack, this is presenting 10 damage. This is what you need to be able to do if you are inside the Kasai deck to really pump through that damage. Florian has been struggling to find ways of turning on their hero ability. Only 2 cards in Banish. 8 being presented here. No, instead going to go for the full 10. This is the challenge as well without being turned on. Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree. Not actually going to be able to make that embodiment of Earth. So 2 damage leaking through, a copper being generated. Still plenty of attacks left to go. Outland Skirmish really showing its benefits here. And oh my goodness. Okay, raise an army being played. So gold being destroyed, a couple of Centauri Cell Swords inside now. Now, I need to read you all exactly what Centauri Cell Sword does. Because it is kind of like an ally that Gravy Bones would use. So once per turn, pay 1, go again. Can only attack if you've attacked with a weapon this turn, but they attack for 3 and have 2 life. So has the ability to go super wide again, but you have to remember, still is currently sitting under Blood in Her Hands. So is now doing this in this order. He had to do it first, I believe. Or interesting. I don't know, but I think he's doing it in this order instead of just attacking and then doing it at the end. Just because he is in a position where he doesn't want the chain to be broken anymore. So this hot streak, I don't actually know what's been buffed on what, but I think this hot streak is just 2. So we'll take the damage. Attack again. Okay, so it looks like they've gone, can attack twice and go again. And then just the sword again, coming in this time for 5. So a giant life swing coming through. But not only that, 2 sellswords now that need to be dealt with. 2 cards left in hand. Now, unable to swing the sellswords, I don't believe. Because I don't believe sellswords count as weapons. No, they don't. That'd be crazy. Because currently, with Kasai's ability, the weapon attacks cost 1 less. Specifically swords. So you can't use an axe. Reading the sellswords as well. Not something we see very frequently. Talked about important cards though. Felling of the Crown. Finally going to be able to decompose a little bit as well. And yeah, you saw reaching for a non-earth card, but with the amount in the graveyard, you can just afford just to start turboing in. So 1 more is going to be what we need now. So 5 currently available. And then 1 more decomposed card will make it so Florian, his hero ability is turned on. And that's where we start to really see the value ramp up. Still a fair chunk of life to work with too. So does Declan. Declan deciding, you know what, I'm keeping 3 cards here. So immediately starting it off. Looking for the draw swords. I believe that's, yeah, draw swords. So +3, draw a card. Oh, closing the chain, maybe? Or is this because it's an instant? Yeah. So that sharpens senses. So +1, if they're twice their base, they get go again. So the Centauri Saber is going to have go again. Kasai's ability is turned on because a card was drawn. It doesn't need to be off of a gold. It is just needs to be drawn. And just stringing back turn after turn. And with a card left in hand as well. The scary thing is the threat of these sellswords. Because if that's a yellow or a blue, you can then go sellsword, hot streak. And now we start to get really wide. Something that warriors generally aren't known for. See the Emperor there. Trying to jump in front of these swords. I did not realize that the sellswords had innate go again. I thought you had to give them go again. That's crazy. This is the thing you have to consider. Where do your blocks go? One thing that Declan's really prioritized and had all game is gold. You know, we saw the riches of Topoldani be hugely impactful, and this is, I like this decision here. So using the second block on the Millennium, on the bark skin of the Millennium Tree, making an embodiment of Earth. Not the double embodiment of Earth, which you sometimes get when Florian is activated, but no, not going to use the swords at all. It's going to be a run through. +2 coming through here instead. And yeah, because we've drawn a card, the sword is free, and because it is going to have go again as well, because it is double its base off the sharpen. Or, no, it's not going to have go again. Sorry, I lied to you all. No, it is. Yeah, it is. It's going to have +1 off sharpen and then +2 off of the Blade Flurry. Yeah, Plow Under on defense. No arsenal to attack here, so it just wants to sort of maintain the life total. Yeah, just passing through those Centauris. And this is, I think, one of the scary things about them is that that card in hand represented 6 damage. Likely regardless, but putting it there as instead meant that it was likely Matthew was trying to save cards to block with. Another felling though, importantly, attacking the hand, and even more importantly now, turning on Florian's ability. But Barkskin and Millennium Tree, gone. So now just going to be down to the old-fashioned way. The grinding of the rune chants. And hopefully a couple of big turns. But this is so scary. Just as long as the sellsword gets go again. The Centauri Saber gets go again. These sellswords are just going to present 6 damage every turn. You can just go sword, go again. Let's have a look. Got to pop a gold. Has the sellswords out already, so maybe doesn't need to sort of prioritize it as heavily as earlier in the game. Run through, and here we go. This one is just coming in for 2. Again, it's these Kadachi like little nicks that happen all over and over again. Except instead of it being for 1, I've got this into Kadachis for 3. It's always interesting as well versus an Earth hero. Do you actually want to sort of prioritize important cards in Arsenal? Would you rather just send them? And that's sort of like the challenge that you face. Here we go, sellsword for 3. Matthew O'Grady's really thinking to himself as well. You know that you can't just play to not lose. So, yeah, taking some damage here. Oh, it's actually at 19. I thought he was a lot lower. So it's kind of hard to see. Or is that at 9? Maybe it's at 9, actually. Yeah, it might be at 9. Hot streak coming through. Yeah, gone to 7. No go again, but has a full grip now. Still also has the boots, but as we've seen already, those boots not guaranteeing that the damage is going to go through because of Jagged Edge. Oh, here we go. This is what you need. So it's going to play both sides of the Arcane Seed's life. So it's going to make... What was that? So gain a life and then make 4... 1, 2, 3, 4 rune charts total as alongside the 3rd copy of Felling of the Crown. Declan's had really big attack, but it's, yeah, just going to take the 4 here. Plenty of equipment block left too. And no go again. Now, one thing to note for Declan is he does not have access to a gold currently. He's going to block a little bit more. Understands that his hand is not looking fantastic. But again, if he could just keep a blue and a way of giving go again, he threatens a lot. Oh, Gorganian Tome. Beautiful. Ability just to draw. It's literally 0, draw a card. If your opponent has, like, draw a card for each 1 plus each number of Gorganian Tomes in the graveyard, activating the Kasai ability, and now suddenly this hand's looking real scary. It's very funny whenever you would look back in the day. Yep, Hot Streak's going to come through. Likely to be blocked because of the amount of damage being presented, potentially. Back in Runeblade Mirrors, you would try and sort of bait out who was going to play their Gorganian Tome first to try and get that double Gorg Tome value. He drew a card off the Gorganian Tome. Yeah, run through. Sorry, not run through, that's Blade Runner. The other copy of Run Through. So has the go again. And now we also have 2 floating, so both of these sellswords are online. Consideration from Matthew about whether or not we're reacting in this instance. Looks like has a Carapace sitting in hand. No, instead it's just going to activate the boots to absorb that 2 damage. Here we go, the sellsword's coming in. Importantly, that's it. No more Well Grounded available. So both of these Centauri sellswords are attacking in for 3. Rootbound Carapace, clean blocks. And here comes the second. The second Rootbound Carapace. And then finally the Centauri Saber. Garden and Arsenal still 2 though, which is a little bit intimidating. And that's a lot of defense reactions that we've just burned through. Yes, he drew a card off of Draw Swords. 3 cost plus 3 draw a card. Really efficient in the Kasai deck. It's going to block 1 with the Grasp, but take 1. Take 2, sorry. Ooh, hang on, the Kasai trigger is still active. Now I might actually consider what he wants to do instead. Yeah, so taking into consideration instead, if your opponent allows, you can wind things back. It is part of the rules. Yeah, and this is the thing, right? That gold token, it's really what gives this deck a lot of its consistency. And yeah, instead it's now going to start looking at presenting a block. Yeah, Channel Mount's going to be the block. You know what? Declan probably pretty happy about that. The way that he loses. But, man, we're up to that point where Florian just gets to grind it out. Pitch blue, make 2 rune charts, swing the sword. Nope, but instead it's just going to be the E-Strike. Block with the boots, take 2, swing back with 5. And this is where I think you start to get a little bit scared. Still has both of the allies available. And just opens up with a hot streak. Draw swords. Pick the card being pitched. Yeah, no equipment block left. Oh, sorry, a singular block on the Grasp of the Arknight. And yeah, do this against all opponents, generally speaking, but in particular against warriors. Figure out what do they have. You know, it's a couple of things we haven't yet seen. A singular copy of Iron Song Response. May also have a Nourishing Emptiness, and that is a card that is actually very strong in the Kasai deck. As a 3-of. Because you can just destroy the cards in your graveyard to make it so there's none left. Here we go. Blade Fury. Being attached. Currently no go again. But can we just get over the top is I guess the question. Can we pump this up to 8? So 2 currently at 4, no go again. Glint the Quicksilver. So it is going to now have go again. Smart by Matthew here, not blocking on this initial one. Playing around the Glint. So no card draw is indicative, which is very important here. But here we go, the Saber beatdown. Another blue. Another Saber. Sorry, Sellsword. Sellsword and Saber's getting confusing. Yeah, you're in Kadachi jail at this point. Finally, the Centauri Saber. Still a card remaining as well. Can't get parked in that arsenal. Just getting reactions. For 4. I'm just parking the arsenal. This is the thing. You cannot sustain this because we're not losing any cards on the side of Kasai. 5-5, but again, still caps a card. So could actually present the life total here. If it's a blue. Pitch to Grass, swing sword. Considering if you want Arsenal. No, just gonna be the sword again. Now if you Kasai, I do actually have to start considering if we present any blocks, because the deck's blue consistency is not particularly high, and so Rune Blades do get a lot scarier. Or particularly because that was a blue well grounded too. So this is 5, yeah, so has to declare something unless he wants to go to 1. I mean, if that hand has, you know, even just 1 blood in her hands, it's definitely an option. Both arcanes. Just gonna block. Yeah, doesn't need any more of the allies. So that Raise the Army is going to be put on blocking duty. Here we go. Draw Swords. Is that Draw Swords? It's the other one. There's 2 cards that look very similar that I like. It's a little bit hard to tell. Is that Unsheathed? Yes, that's yeah, it's Unsheathed, sorry. +3, and if it's twice its base, it gets to go again. Now, interestingly, though, I do believe that is when it attacks. So I don't know if that's retroactive. But we'll see. 6 being presented. Here we go. The beatdown once again. Is terrifying, but at least with the Cell Swords, you're not afraid of getting just like blown out by like random damage over the top. Yeah, one of these really difficult situations. I see in his hand. Yeah, Everbloom Life is going to be a card there. Just pitching it again. Just wearing that terrifying Karachi lock. Ooh. Oh yeah, okay. They just shortcut a little bit there. Swinging with the hot streak. Had nothing left to block with, so just taking the damage. And yeah, this is sort of the challenging part that you're stuck in now. Overpower as well as a glint being drawn. Don't even need the glint. Hot streak coming in. Guaranteed to have go again, I'm pretty sure. Not technically, not guaranteed. But if you're pitching a glint, you would... You know, if you're the opponent, you're kind of assuming he's got a way of giving it a go again, so you have to block this. Or it's the biggest brain mind game of all time. Can you imagine? Pitch a glint, swing with a sword that you can't give go again to. I think we've all done something along those lines, but it definitely was not intentional. Here we go, blocked. Ooh. Is that run through? It's a Blade Flurry. Yes. No, sorry, it's not Blade Flurry. It's a bit hard. Yeah, that's Blood Follows Blade. So it gets go again and it hits create a Cell Sword token. Mainly probably for the go again. But Blood Follows Blade, just an incredible card as well, as we've seen the power of these Cell Swords. Here they come. Double overpower in hand as well. Potentially could have just pulled the trigger on that initial one, but wants to sort of play around as many D-reacts things as possible. 1 damage leaking through. Centauri Saber being presented. Shelter though. Goes to 1. Can also create a Vigor token here as well, and trying to stuff the bleeding. Needs to pray that Declan's hands... At this point, Matthew needs to hope that Declan cannot find ways of giving the swords go again. I think a Blood in the Hands just was drawn up. The Vigor token will pop, gaining a singular resource, which does make things a little bit easier as well. I think it has 3 copper available too, so... Yeah, Blood in the Hands. Triple copper. Likely going to be go again +1. Let's see. Go again, attack plus... Yeah, so go again, attack twice and +1. Now, potentially, if there's a way... So we're going to banish some cards, activate the Kasai ability, see if there's a way of being able to draw a card as well. Doesn't even need it. It's coming in for 3. Go again, can attack twice, most likely. Blocking 2. Aren't you just dead? Okay. Sink Below coming through as well. Overblocking here. Playing around a couple of different pump spells, but instead, pitching as well. Looking over the top, yeah, that last little pump just over the top. Able also to pitch the Riches of Topodani as well, so it has an additional gold there just to be able to really go to town if somehow Matthew was able to survive that turn. Yeah, Power of Kasai coming through, just some incredible use, and I think it was the Cell Swords. Like, truthfully, I think the fact that the Cell Swords stayed there for so long made that game unbelievably challenging. But just some incredible, incredible stuff coming from a deck that I personally have not seen in a very long time. But yeah, that was the end of round number 4, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to have something to eat. Maybe go do the same. But we are going to be back relatively soon with Game 5. So don't go too far from your computer, as I'll be right back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, 1 second. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We are back, and we are seeing Fu versus Ben on a Brood-off. KO versus Reinar, and it is, you know, the older KO. Well, I say older, but interestingly enough, Reinar coming in with a Whomping Club. We love Whomping Club. Throwback. Shout out to the OG of the OGs, and we'll see here just starting off, trying to set some stuff up, and we're going to go back to immediately. Fu's going to be rolling the scab skins? Oh, we didn't see. 2 action. 3. Rolls a 6. Okay, that's a good start. And oh, dear Lord. Is that what I think it is? Uh-oh. 6. Rolls an action point and starts off with cast bones. Oh, we're going to see how many mites we're going to make as well. That's one way to start off a game of Flesh and Blood. Yeah, let's... Sure. And we'll see now. Plenty of cards. I can't make out all of them. Not all of them 6s, though, so it isn't going to get the agility, but it also still has 2 action points remaining. Now we'll see. Oh, that is not the best. So 2 E-strikes, as well as a blood rush. So definitely not exactly what you'd hope for. But, I mean, rolling a 6 into cast bones is pretty good. Now, looking through the deck list here as well for KO in particular, definitely some more interesting cards. Looks like it's a little bit less, or actually no, it's about average. But has a fair few, I guess, tech cards for different matchups, which hopefully you'll see as we go a little bit along. Okay, sure. We'll use a second cast bones. Revealing again, so we're going to make 10 mites and an arsenal. So we had, hang on, we rolled a 6, we cast bones into cast bones. We now have 10 mites and an agility, and then pass. Oh, of course, you're right. It's old KO. E-strikes are 6s. I keep forgetting. I've been so much to reading. I've been reading so much about new KO that old KO. Oh, dear Lord. But we are seeing some intimidation coming out here. Some classic Reinar smack face intimidation with a card Beat the Same Drun. If you control an agility choke in this turn, create an agility, and then do the same for confidence, might, toughness, and vigor. So, gonna see here a couple of might tokens, I believe, is what he's using. Couple of might tokens into what appears to be Strongest Survive, sorry, which is 7. If he hits a hero, they discard a card until they reveal cards from the hand with 6 greater than the damage dealt this way. So, I mean, versus another brute, it's likely they're going to have a card that they can use it with. But still, presenting. Or I guess with the double vigors, it's going to be 9. Or, sorry, mites. Yeah, so it was just 7. Able to immediately show a card with 7 power. Draws the card back out of Intimidate, and this is where you start to get a little bit scared. Whatever, this is going to have plus 10 and go again. Okay. Immediately coming through with what appears to be, is that Clash of Agility? No. What card is that? I can't even make that out. I thought it might be Pulping. It's not Swing Big. Yeah, it's a little bit hard for me to make that out. I can guarantee you, it's coming in for a lot. It looks like a clash of agility, but they haven't clashed. I'm trying to figure it out for us. Well, regardless of what it was, blocks have been presented. 2 pieces of the fridge as well as a piece of equipment and plenty of damage coming through. Because of the agility token as well. Has go again. Still 3 cards left in hand, and the swing big's going to be the last one as well. So a ginormous damage turn coming through here. Just immediately taking the full swing big. Needs to have cards available. And that is one thing with Rhino. You need to be able to discard or bat chest. The pass back immediately. See a pulping come through. Draw discard. Oh no! The pulping flipped over the reckless swing, and as a result, one thing you do not want to see. And as a result, no dominate coming through. Still, not going to even bother blocking. Go again. Romping Club's going to come through. No intimidation, though. We'll see whether or not... Yeah, she's going to take the damage, most likely. Luckily for him, was not punished by that pulping. But Blood Rush Bellow, no wonder. Okay. E-Strike being discarded, but again, it is KO, not the new KO. It is, oh my goodness, sorry. Armed and Dangerous. So Armed and Dangerous is the one where if it's 5, it is 6. So everything has +1 when it's not on the combat chain. So now we'll see Claw. Gonna come through, come in for 5. 3 cards in hand. Scowling at Fleshbag is going to be used here to intimidate a card out of hand, hopefully hitting probably the power card is what he's hoping for, but just trying to disrupt this turn a little bit. The thing with KO though is it's not as impactful because a lot of the cards don't require you to discard, whereas versus Rhino that can be really difficult. Now we'll see just a Command and Conquer at the end of it as well. So not really the biggest Blood Rush Bellow turn. But being able to attack the hand and the arsenal. I'm just going to commit the final piece of equipment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Going to commit the tunic as well? Yeah. See a 6 block coming out of the equipment there. Tunic gone. The arm piece still has 1 block left available. No, well, that was the second block. I apologize. The Apex Bonebreaker is gone. Did create a Might token, luckily, and that Might token will be spent on this Romping Club. I would be curious to see why the Romping Club was the choice. I like it, but in his list, he does have double Mandible Claw as well. But I guess probably believes that this is what he'd be doing, which is a lot of blocking and swinging 1. So Romping Club, obviously very on rate, if not above rate if you've discarded a card. And we are actually finally going to see some blocking out of Fu here. Can't utilize the full hand, but in fairness, Brute doesn't often need full hands unless we're having those big power turns. Still plenty of equipment block left for Fu though. Whereas Benjamin, he's out completely. Might's going to pop at the start of the turn. We'll see what appears to be a Bear Fangs come through. Draw a discard. See what gets discarded here. Discarding. Looks like a clash. No. Kind of hard to see with these guys moving. Might have been a send packing. No, it wasn't a send pack. I don't know. But based on the reaction, does look like it is going to be the 8. So 9, 4, 5. Yeah. 9 damage coming through. It was a 6 that was discarded. And now going back to the classics. Savage Feast is going to be the play here. 3 cards left. 1 to get discarded. First, the Intimidation is going to come through, though. Interesting to see a Savage Feast just sent like this, though. Unless I miss a Scab Skin roll, because yeah, currently this does not have go again. Players just having some consideration. So sort of figuring out, and this is the thing with Intimidate, right, is that if you have the opportunity to block, generally speaking, you want to do it because sometimes you just won't have the cards anymore. Still pretty healthy, and again, does have a lot of equipment block left. So I shouldn't be too concerned. Just going to send the Apex Bonebreaker here, probably give himself a Might token. Could have been an interesting Scaling Fleshbag decision here as well. See the pulping coming through. Draw, discard. This is the Dominate this time. Odds evens. Another Intimidation going to come through as well. So this is 6 Dominate with go again, because you can only, unless of course that is a defense reaction in the arsenal. Now one thing though that we did see from the side of Benjamin is at least one swing, reckless swing, in which it looks like there is 2 in both deck lists. So again, you always got to be careful. Now, there are ways in the game of not dying to Reckless Swing outside of a Sigil. Back in the day, that's how it used to be. It's the only way you get around it. I don't think either of these decks would have brought anything in. But, still just good to know. Double Might's going to pop here. Roll in the Scabbies once again. Singular action point. Let's see, 3 cards left in hand. Probably wanted 2 action points whenever you're rolling. It's going to be, once again, just another Savage Beasts. Oh, Bare Fangs, sorry. Bare Fangs. It's coming in for 10. And we talked a little bit about Reckless Swing. Haven't seen one yet from the side of Fu. So kind of, yeah, can't just go to 2 here. Double block and then the Fate Foreseen as well over the top. Yeah. Full card getting blocked out. Looking to opt as well. Agile Wind-Up, thank you. Yeah, it's the stream that I have. A little bit difficult to see, and it didn't, like, the colors looked weird for Agile Wind-Up. Unless it's a different art that I'm not aware of. But that one there is Show of Strength. Gets -1 for each card with 6 or more defending it, but it is a 2 for 8. So for brutes, it is a 2 card full block, but you know, for some decks that card is incredibly statted. Just drawing back up now. My token, and for such a strong start for head out of the gate, the life total is definitely swinging a little bit the other way, but this right here is how you start it off to pull yourself. It's unlikely to miss. Yeah, wouldn't make this play if you could. Sand sketch plans. Not a card we see anymore very often, sadly, but one of my favorites from Brute. We now see the Savage Sash has also popped from Fu, so lots of resources remaining, and this is definitely what you want. And you love to see it on the side of Fu. You love to see when they block him with Blood Rushes. Blood Rush, again, not as intimidating when you're running the Romping Club. Still, being able to buff anything by +2, Intimidate. So I'll get extra value is generally pretty good. Here we go, though. The Claw. Just for 3. No external buffs coming in this time. Yep, just take the 3 damage. Life total's even now. And that's a pretty brutal Bare Fangs coming through as well. Discarding another Agile Wind Up. So we'll definitely have the +2. Oh, and the second Blood Rush being blocked with as well. And luckily goes to 3, so not within Reckless Swing range, but I guess the scary thing as well is has to pass back, and Fu, still a bunch of equipment block available. Ooh, Reckless Swing in hand though. Just a little bit too early here. Another Wild Ride's going to come through. Pitching the Reckless Swing. So yeah, great decision from Ben to make sure he stays above 2 life. See here, makes a rum. The card being discarded. It's going to be... I'm looking that card up actually. That one's new to me. Again, or it could, like, and this is the challenge, it could just be different art. It's either that or the deck list that I've received is not 100% correct, but that's fine. See now coming in. This one's going to be for 7. Double blocks, including the new card. That Super Song of the Sinew. Incredibly powerful card into a big old swing big. 8 damage, Reckless Swing, and that's going to do it. Do the damage on the way out at least, doesn't matter. And still had the no block in hand, and that is one of the scariest things about playing Brute, is that sometimes you can just draw up and have no blocks left available. So from a couple of incredibly grindy games to Brute just bashing it out, that was an incredible showing though. Round number 5, so towards the tail end of it, I do believe that we're only having 6 rounds available. My webcam has died. So let me try and fix this one for you. Get this one pulled up. Oh, goodness. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, well, we're just not going to have my webcam for a little bit while my webcam charges, because I use an actual camera for my webcam. And so that is why, but that's fine. You guys don't want to see me anyway. You guys want to see the gameplay. You guys want to see what these guys, how they shuffle up, what they're doing. And yeah, seeing if we have a little bit of a quick look at some of the actual event now, let's see who's towards those top tables. But in saying that, I also don't really want to mess around with it too much, just in case. Never actually been given access to it before. But as of round 4, so from the previous round, if we take... Ooh. Oh, I don't have it. Now we want to see a beautiful face. Yeah, that's very kind. I appreciate that. I'll get the webcam charged up and we'll put it back on for top 8, eh? But yeah, we've got one more round to go. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of a break. I am going to finish off eating my food because I did not realize we were jumping straight back into it. And then we'll have one more round and then we'll have the top 8. And the top 8 does, from what I've heard, looking a little bit juicy. But don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Battery 30%.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It says round number 5. It is in fact round number 6, our final round of Swiss. Thank you for your patience. There were some longer games, but we have two of my favorite heroes in the game going up against each other. Dash Io versus Kano, the Jokai of Aether. And my god, Kano is the coolest hero in the game. Don't at me. I think it is. No, Kano is an unbelievably cool hero, and we're going to see, honestly, probably about 15 minutes. There's probably not going to be a huge amount of time that we're actually going to be sitting here, because I can tell you right now, both of these decks want to do one thing, and that is kill you fast. So we'll start by talking off a little bit about Dio. Dio in itself is an interesting matchup into Kano. So Dio has 3 AB naturally with the Achilles Accelerator, and as well has the Visiotronic Model I, which is Arcane Barrier 3. But other than that, doesn't really have a huge amount until Misfire Dampener was printed. So Misfire Dampener is an instant destroy this, prevent the next arcane damage that would be dealt to this turn, but if you've boosted, instead prevent the next 2. So what does that mean? It means likely as the life totals get lower, you're going to see that Alexander is going to be pressing and boosting as early as possible, because boosting is part of a cost. You cannot respond to a boost. So that means that it's essentially Spell Void 2, Arcane Barrier 3 versus Kano. Well, Kano's not going to be doing much of anything with their equipment. You know, we've got some new toys. We've got Old Knocker, which is pretty good. So you just tap your hero, destroy it to gain a resource. Likely what we'll be seeing here, because we're not probably going to get value out of Tunic, but it does break on block. So it's going to be who dies first, essentially. Both lower than average life totals and just absolutely potential to go absolutely crazy. I don't believe these players are undefeated, but they are on table 3, so they are, you know, towards the top end of the spectrum. But it'll definitely be interesting to see. And this is our final round, so after this we'll be able to go through and sort of see who's in that top 8. After this as well, we'll have a little bit of a meta breakdown and see what was brought today and what's converting. But I'm just so excited. Now, let's talk a little bit about the Kano deck as well. A deck that's gone through a lot of changes over the years. So obviously one of the biggest changes is the loss of the books. So being able to use tomes to be able to draw cards up. But they now have floodgates. So open the floodgate essentially says deal 1, 2, 3 arcane damage to a target hero. If it deals more than their base, so floodgate for example, let's talk about the blue. If it deals more than 1 damage, you draw 2 cards. So what we lost in the ability of having 6 books, we now have 9 floodgates, depending on the player. Some players only run 6, some people run less than that. So that's a big change. We've also got some interesting Surge. Aether Arc's a really good one. And a bunch of things like Arcane 20 where you can discard them to amp. Now, discarding them to amp isn't that impressive on a kill turn, but being able to trigger some of these Surge effects earlier in the game, or being able to get yourself over AB3 with a card like Lessons in Lava and Sonic Boom is definitely important. So we'll have to see, but we'll look at the loadouts here. Kano rocking some beautiful altars. Ragamuffin's hat also looks like we've got just the classic. Ragamuffin's the Old Knocker, because we want to have access to that arcane straight away, as long as the classic Storm Striders. And as we suspected, coming from Dio, that Misfire Dampener is going to be there too. Symbiosis shot on lock, and we'll see. We're probably going to see a lot of things taking place on turns that I don't know whose it is, or we don't know, but I'm going to try and keep track of it for all of you. But I am going to have to watch this one pretty intently, I'm pretty sure, in order to do that. So Dio's going to start off here. And Dio, a deck that has the ability to look at the top card of its deck at any point. It's not cheating, I promise. So just starting it off, a little bit of boosting, just want to, and this is one thing into Kano, is that you do sometimes actually want to put pressure on them. And that was the 1 copy of Expedite. It's a 0 for 1 boost. If it hits, you can put an item with cost 0/1 from your hand onto the arena. And then we're just going to play the Teklo Core. Now, likely, still on Kano's turn. Still on Dio's turn, Kano is going to look to deal some damage here. Because again, we draw up, but Yeah, activating Kano. Pitching away one of the new additions to the deck, the Sapphire Amulet, and the card off the top happened to be an energy potion. That's a pretty good way to start game number 1 on your enemy's turn. Now, the reason why this is not risky, because sometimes it's risky to do things as Kano on the enemy's turn, is because Alex put himself in a position where he did not have an action point. He can technically break Achilles to gain an action point back, but it's just going to be an Aether Dart targeting him. This is essentially free, so it looks like it's just a blue Aether Dart. They're not running, you know, the red ones here. No need to. Keeping a singular card in hand, drawing up and there. That's just free damage and free setup. The damage itself doesn't really matter, but hitting Potion off the top is unbelievable for this deck. Kano activation, and ooh, we're actually going to see the first of some of the newer cards. Well, I say newer, they're not actually newer, but some of the cards that replace the books being Overflow the Aether Well, where if this surges, you get +2. So if this deals more than 3 damage, you gain 2 resources. Now, 2 resources floating. This is an instant. And all I know is I'm going to go put my Kano deck back together after this, because I forget how much I love this deck. And yeah, so blocking one of this from Alex is enough to stop the effect from happening. But there is also still an action point and a couple cards in hand. And importantly, no Crucible activation. So this was just damage. And a second potion being deployed here as well. This is a little scary. So Kano, unlike Verdant's, the potions are not just like equivalent. It's not just like 2 life equals 2 additional ramp. It is actually like almost infinite. That's a full Kano activation just sitting on the board there, which digging a card deeper can be enough. This is interesting for those of you who play either of these decks. Tekla Core ticking down at the start of the action phase means you do have a priority window where you can do things. So when we talked about how the boosting, we'll see the boost going to start to coming out, on that arm piece is very relevant. If there is something like a Tekla Core or any item that ticks down, you do have a window to attack as Kano before they have the Misfire Dampener available. Furthermore, we're going to see 0 to 60 boost. Ooh, and that's a really good card to get boosted off the top. I do believe that'll tick up, or does it only affect Crank? Yeah, it's only Crank, never mind. Because Fast and Furious boosting off the top, if it is boosted and you have a Crank card and you get to put another counter on it. 0 to 16, we're probably not going to see much life here. I'm going to try to get life totals. I'm going to try to do the math for you, but it is a little bit challenging. Reading the top card of the deck, trying to figure out what it does as the Dash IO is definitely interesting. Ooh, okay. Not actually trying to figure out what it does, actually trying to figure out what to name instead. This is that null time zone, which is where you can't pitch or play cards while it's in the arena. Now, technically, you can crank this actually, if you're Dio, but this card is real bad for Kano. Because if they don't crank it, because it came off the top as well, if they don't crank it, and they name Aether Wildfire, it's essentially a full turn and a half. Well, there's 2 turns. And we are cranking it, but it is a full 2 turns where they cannot kill you, essentially. I'm asking to see if I can find out what was named with the null time zone for us. We're going to see a Symbiosis shot, and probably a second one too, because we did crank. And then another Symbiosis shot likely to come through as well. Yeah, true. So, with no time zone though, if that's the case, then it's likely they're actually going to name pitch cards instead. That's a good card. Aether Spindle, being used with the Crucible of the Aether Weave. So 5, just takes 5. Lets him up the whole thing. That no time. Oh my goodness, no time zone. Who cares if I'm just going to be able to play my entire next hand off the top of my deck? That's crazy. Let me call. I got to find out what the life is. Alrighty, we're gonna get life totals as well. Yeah, so 20 to 30. So just tanked 5 damage there off that Aether Spindle. I guess doesn't really want to commit the card, but letting Kano set up a full 5-card hand is pretty terrifying. And Gaze the Aegis is what was named off the null time zone. So yeah, naming a pitch card instead. Now we'll see drawing back up. No times like will tick down, but it is still relevant. We see a Sonic Boom ripped off the top for Stephen Young. 2 resources available here for Alexander. And we're going to see a Boom Grain immediately off the top of the deck. Sometimes in Dio you have to do that. Because obviously if you don't, you boost, it's gone. So just immediately ripping it. So threatening a lot more damage on this turn now. T-Bone's boosting away. Cerebellum Process is gone though. Not the biggest deal in this matchup, I don't think. But obviously you'd like to have it wherever possible. And this is an interesting thing about most wizard equipment. It does have a block value. But it is like for 0. Which is why they can block like that. Quad T-boning a wizard can be pretty brutal though. Tekla Foundry Heart being used. Now again, and I just like to bring it up, there's a lot of instances where you can actually just go off in response to that, where they don't have the resources yet. But 4 cards left in hand, 13 life, and a lot of work to do for Kano. Can't pitch Gaze the Aegis. Heist. Boosting away a Zipper hit. He's going to put that Cerebellum Processor. Just have it available and ready to go. Heist essentially saying if it does hit, you can put an item with cost 1 or 0 for the Banish Zone into play. So this actually does generate a valuable on hit, in particular because when it comes in, it doesn't use up your action point, and I do believe you can crank as well. We'll see now. Plenty of action points as yeah, it's being cranked. Yeah, just looking at the top of that's the thing. Always use the top of the deck for information. It's already been used, so just representing the game state here. Really great from Alex Dobler. Eight life left though. We'll see now. Coming off the top is just going to be a data link. So it's a 0 for 3 boost, but when it hits, you opt 1. Which is pretty, like, it sounds not very good in the Dio deck, but it's less about looking and more about moving, if that makes sense. So you can obviously look at the top card at any time, but being able to change what that top card is super important. So it has 3 action points, but also remember, has a Cerebellum Processor now too. So at any point he sees a card on top of his deck that he likes, he can activate that as an action and draw. She's going to opt to do now. This is the thing with Dio, much like Kano, plenty of thinking time, because everything just changes so quickly. This is the thing, right? You're so constantly on a knife's edge if you're Alex Dobler. Because it's still 5 cards available and 2 energy potions on the side of Kano. And he's at 5. Now, one more attack plus the 2 shots from the gun will be enough to present lethal. You have to remember that Steven also has to fight through essentially Spell Void 2. But a key thing to note about it is that it is not a replacement effect. It is an instant speed effect where you break the mech arms and gain 2 prevention, right? And so, I see. So priority is currently being held by Steven Young. Does not want to give Alex the draw because Alex has opted that draw to the bottom, looked again, and now decided to cash it in the processor. So that means it could be a couple of things. Likely, it means it's a blue. Okay. Now, we've not seen Alex pitch it all yet, but that is the thing with Kano, is that sometimes Steven, obviously being in table 3, likely knows the deck a little bit. Just a little bit. Or, you know, the signed Marvel Kanos, the gold foils, that sort of thing. You would expect him to know the deck. Maybe a little bit, right? So you can read these sorts of things where if they're looking to draw a card before presenting your life total, right? It likely means that that card... Well, sorry, let me rephrase that. It is statistically likely right now that Alex is just going to present Steven's life total. Like, it will happen. So, the Symbiosis shot does not cost anything to shoot. Shoot him twice, play 1 card, right? Now, that card could be a boost card. Likely. So, the fact that he's drawing means, well... It's not like you need to necessarily dig for anything in particular to kill me. So what are you actually digging for? Likely, resources. So if you're low on resources, with this on the stack, because currently the draw off Cerebellum Processor is on the stack. 2 cards left in hand for Alex Dobler. And you're telling me that instead of presenting my life title, that you would like to draw this specific card. Now again, this could all be bluffing. He could have double blues. Maybe he's just wanting to do it now before he's while he has the opportunity, while he has priority to do it. Because again, it is not an instant speed effect. But it's these little things, these tiny little details that as a Kano player, you sort of develop this, I guess, sixth sense for when you should be pulling the trigger. And you guys can't really see it, but Steven currently in the tank. Okay, the hand's been collected. And you'll notice that Kano players do this a lot. They will put cards down while trying to do the math of like, what do I need? That is the next question. So you have to consider, right? It's a situation where ideally when you're playing Kano and your opponent has 2 cards in hand, you assume they are both blue. And you go, can I kill them through double blues plus the equipment that they have on board? Yep, great. I'm going to go to kill them. But sometimes you're in a position where, well, they got double blues, I'm dead anyway. And you kind of just have to go for it. And it's not a fun position to be in. But I'll tell you this. When it works, you cannot feel better in this game than knowing that, well, I had to go for it, I pulled the trigger, and they died. It is one of the most satisfying feelings in the entire game, just like straight up. So there's a lot of consideration, there's a lot of thinking right now. Suspense is killing me. And I know there's a sonic boom in hand for Stephen Young. Ragamuffin's hat can place that back on the top. Okay. Activation of Kano going on the stack. Pitching in a very specific way. That is a sonic boom into a potion. Priority is held. A second Kano activation going on the stack. First one will resolve is a Lessons in Lava. Once again, the math is changing, and now the activation of the Ragamuffin's hat draws, puts a card back on top. I believe it was an Blazing Aether, from memory. It's an Aether Wildfire. Okay, now we're starting to get somewhere. So with the Aether Wildfire, we have plenty of resources available. Goes to 4, goes to 6. So we'll be able to fully pump the Aether Wildfire. This is coming in for 6 Arcane. Now the damage of this will carry across. The activation of the hands will be first. That's going to reduce the next 2 Arcane. But, and this is a very important part of this combo, right? Is that you can now respond because you have been given priority and burn through that 2 if you have the cards available. So the next, because it is the next 2 damage. So if you can find a way to like, God, I don't know. Just gonna let it go through for 1. Just 1. As 3 was pitch plus the 2, so of the 6 that was being presented, 1 will go through and buff everything else on this chain. If that other card in hand is blue, maybe instead you're supposed to... Oh, but even then, it's so hard. But we'll see. Still has a card. Still has an energy potion. Still has something in the arsenal, but you've committed at this point. But have you committed? So let's assume that the card in the arsenal is Blazing Aether. Your opponent has a singular card in hand. I think you lessons for 5. And then you're a resource. No, you've still got 1 resource actually. You've got the chess piece. So what your lessons for 5. He blocks 2. You find Sonic Boom. You Sonic Boom. Hope to rip something good off the top. I think that's the only way you're killing them at this point. Or you get the books. But again, the books have to surge. Technically, they're called floodgates. Okay. 2 resources. The Lessons in Lava being committed now. Just gotta take the full thing. So has the ability to get any card in his deck. And is going to get a Kindle. Okay. So Kindle is, as we haven't, we get a Kano. Kindle's going to reveal something off the top. What can it be? Okay. Just going to let it resolve. We know Kindle's on top. Take 2. And this is the thing, and I actually really like this. Don't get me wrong, a lot of resources were committed to get to the point where we are right now. But importantly, Stormstriders was not. So it could have been that he found a red off the top, actually. Maybe that's why. Didn't have the resources again. And now suddenly the question's back on Alex. What do you commit into this? There is still Aether Wildfire present. You've still taken, what, 5 damage right now. So 5, 6, 7. And he's just going to pass. Somehow through all of that, Steven is alive. And so we go again. We know the top card is a Kindle. Oh, and it's just going to be a... Oh. Just going to poke him down a little more. And this time, instead, he goes, you know what? Overflow the Aether Well. I'm going to do 1. I'm going to draw back up. I know I've got a Kindle in my hand. And I'm going to try to do it again. Now, it's a little bit of a challenging circumstance for him. But he doesn't have to deal with the new card. Ooh, okay, hang on. That might put a stop to some things. So, off the top, we've found the Null Time Zone. Now, Null Time Zone is an enter the arena effect that goes on the stack. Which means that there is a window to respond. And politely, I think it's a window you have to take. Because if he knows there's a Kindle on top. So if he names Kindle... I'll ask what was named. Okay. 23 plays 1. Asking what was named. We'll see now. Double Kindle available. We've used the boots as well, and it's just going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So the Aether Flare is like a one-time use wildfire. So the next thing is going to be bumped by what appears to be 2. And we've got some other cards. We've got another Lessons in Lava. But the Stormies have been committed at this point. T-Bone. We are just going to see a block. We'll see a Symbiosis shot. We're going to tap to activate. And we're going to Lessons in Lava. This is going to be for 5. And yeah, just the damage will come through. And just like that, Dash.io gets the damage through. I don't think Stephen found what he needed off the Kindles. Kindle a card that can absolutely just run away with the game, but in other instances, sometimes just not able to get all the way through. But that's fine. That's the sort of life you lead. Now I'm trying to get us all a list of the decks played. Okay. I think I have found it. But ladies and gentlemen, that was the our last round. Before we cut to top 8. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, while I coordinate this before we cut to top 8, we are going to cut to a short break and we'll be right back before our top 8. Don't go anywhere.
You should win about
Remington? What? You're not the first one to call me that. That's okay. There's other people at work that call me Remington.
Actually?
Yeah.
You have funny people at work, huh?
Yeah.
So that's why you tell.
I'm continue, so. It's all funny.
Yeah. Only Americans find it funny.
And British.
I'm very glad that no one British live today.
Is that bad matchup for you somehow? Bro, I would play CYB live any day.
He sucks in the way.
Yeah.
Probably a reason why CRB is better. What's one hit and live? You like bring up it's right.
Yeah. Imagine CYB live, bro.
CYB live is so top.
I don't have to imagine it. I can just play it.
Central PQ is there.
Who's gonna lose that? CYB live.
Yes, it is.
Fucking fiddler, 9 fiddlers green.
Slide those grades, not CYB. That's one of the 9 stitches. Or triple lost stitches the week on, already set. What do you have to do?
Call the deckless diddler green and just let it.
Oh no, all this fucking stuff are going on. Hey, you have this.
I'm gonna get sick for a week after it.
Yeah. That's the nice one. But we got a.
I really want to so
This is a good way to think, Steve.
The rooms you carry that yet?
You want the gold?
Yes.
You want the.
We'll be doing it as much as flesh and blood.
Here, dude.
No.
What are we doing?
I'm just grabbing some cards.
Sure. Any other table, please.
Honestly, I completely forgot that was the god for it.
There you go. You just want to play.
I want to get to Yokohama.
So, what's the rules with price splitting now?
Ask Alan.
Yeah, after the judge. I'm assuming if you make it to the finals, that might be what you want to talk about. But I don't know how it works.
I don't really believe
Everyone playing that probably wants to go to Yokohama.
Yeah, correct.
But also, there could be a Medicampus node in that gold for it. They could.
Wait, what are the?
Oh, it could be.
What you could be in there?
There's nothing new. There's nothing new this season. Usually when they do that, they put the
Not instant.
question mark. And there's no question mark there.
Yeah, they go.
Because I feel always like Queenie's level will be there.
I was trying to get one.
I thought Queenie's level will be there.
Usually when they do question, they have like question mark.
So only cards, okay.
Yeah, it's only going to be Rosetta. Rosetta.
So actually, if you don't do well,
Okay.
No, yeah, there's no. I don't think there's something from us.
Nothing.
I don't think there's something from
Haunted Theater.
from
Yes, it is.
So
That's Rosetta. Yeah, true.
Oh, but it is.
Yeah, it's from the
Today is we got
You know, it's something
the kit as well. We're just doing that today.
Did we?
Yeah.
Sick.
So we got the 1 in 1,000 kit.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So we did register in time.
Very, very nice.
I don't know how many. I think it's extra promos.
Okay.
I'm working that day. Can I get some promos?
October 30th.
No, you're not working, you're volunteering.
on Friday.
I'm getting paid to do it.
Yes,
I'm working.
Yes.
It's crazy. Is
Yes, wait,
that what I'm doing at my current job? I just
Yeah.
Come up and run it.
Okay.
If the booth is quiet, I'll come up too.
Right.
But that's like it's a big event, man. Big and fun. And $60 see the booths that you can pick up
A box, right?
singles.
Yeah, so it's the format is starter deck plus 2 boosters, and I think there's a booster in your starter deck, so you modified starting decks is there. There's
That's pretty cool.
most companies do it now.
It's really fun.
Is there like
Just there's all time in the
there is an IP program which UBS is doing, so
just FYI.
at least there's that. Like Riot don't have any experience with stuff like this games. Yeah, they have a lot of experience, even though it's so cheap, not replace it. Yeah, they at least know what to do. We do have consistent tournaments. Every season gets 2 tournaments in regards to as soon as a new format's in and when the new format's about to get out, you get like skirmish level events. So there'll be cool promos and stuff for that. And then, yeah, there's normal hopefully like Harbour Night, Nexus Night, and then regionals for us start at the beginning of next year. The first Worlds is until 2027.
I think the spoilers for season 2 just started.
That's it.
That's
cinema.
I don't think I know like a single camera.
Video.
I don't even know. It's in James.
Yeah.
I mean, sure.
No, let's see. All right, so for instance, so every car has a box. So
Yeah, every color has gear.
We have to, by the way, if you're not into a band, you want to play with them and the trial decks.
And you get from.
Oh yeah. I never played the game actually.
No, it's right. It's a question of, do you need to learn how to play, or you have to just follow the rules?
I know the basics of the game.
Let's get to go. So this is, we need 4 tables, right?
Yeah.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4. So where they're sitting when they're done is the best spot.
Sure.
And see that box? That is the Riftbound box.
Sure, go play in the kind of game. Because I need to wait for the fit and
Yeah, as long as you're not.
Parking at the venue is unlimited.
Where?
So
Where we just
want to say what for?
Yeah, you parked at the venue.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Just come park at the front.
Oh, there we go. There's the bright breakdown.
So it's fine, James.
Yeah, Dio is most represented.
Where's Alan? He put me into 2 out of 5. It's horrible weather.
So guys, don't open the sealed decks. The decks are sleeved already.
Okay, sure.
Because we have doubles.
Okay, cool. All right.
It's a pretty cool meta though.
I don't know if that's a cool meta, bro. It's not a single dory.
Is there any super slam here?
Yeah, Bladings.
Let's go.
No, Brody.
As always, the Kano is the best conversion rate.
Doesn't stay there, but I thought someone was playing Dory.
No.
They were playing-
Second
Well,
version.
at this,
100 second version rate. Good job. Brad, it's not good. Where's the like kind of best that for 100 second version rate? It's best that goes on.
yeah, so there's no dory.
Base rate.
Or he's
Okay, so-
no, he put it.
I don't know what fast enough. 100 second version.
It's input.
Okay,
It's not
it's not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that tracks.
Steven, is this
I need the. Can you?
38 players. That's fucking crazy.
It's only not.
I did. Can you? Fang.
I'm gonna film.
Sorry. Damn. That's my mission.
Oh, that's not that bad. Like,
Yeah, that's not that bad. Apart from the Florian and the. KU and Rory. Yeah.
Hello.
I would have never
Oh,
picked up.
That's crazy. You messaged me today.
You can. You can buy.
Everyone there is outside.
What's the sale price? $9 dues? So that was the trust that was Hello. We had a big tournament, so you want to just pick up the learn to play?
And
Yeah, we can do that.
That's a nice place. Do we know what's in this one?
The judge back. Yeah, it's the Marvel wrench. What's it called? Yeah, the bank.
Good.
But I know shit, but it looks.
It's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty.
Hold up on the back.
Steven. Let's find out.
It's unlimited. You don't want to get a crucible for the first edition?
No way.
What's it's Star Wars Riders?
Oh, you've seen it. Oh, you've seen it. Is it? It's big. Because I didn't have the Japanese music. I can tell by the feel.
We have the
The British Army are there. It's just a free second. Thanks a bit. No.
I need a button. Yeah.
I can imagine what that is.
It's like exclusive promo or something.
That was pretty cool.
You've got
Yeah, it was like long run, it's a whole thing. So, Sparkers, Halo Shots, it's the one you messaged me with the carry on. Also, sorry. I guess what's latest. Yeah, what
There's a science. I'm still getting healthy. I bring a flame down with it.
Bro, you never let up in broken.
Yeah. I mean, for sucks now. So it's all back down.
Wait, that's right. I'm still getting it's about speed of light.
Yeah. And then
What?
it's running to the line. Like, yeah.
Hold on. You can't go into the that's a fun. Yeah.
Thinking,
Just send that and go on the again. And it's actually very expensive. So you don't think the one that we parts and that we do sort of farming like
of course, yeah.
very school. But no, we always try to give the best shot for hospital and experience the greatest thing. But if we there around right, yeah, sure. I'll have to wait here. Love your comments. Keep going. Yeah.
I'll get one. Oh no. I'll get one.
No, because like it's opening 3 pack feels true. One was like opening 2 weeks opening 3 pack though. It's crazy.
Get it.
I'm ready. I'll take you later.
Which one?
The first one.
Let's go.
Yeah, Matt. Grand John selling.
No, we got well, I got the best.
How many?
I'm sorry, close to myself. What are you getting?
Just basic bitch.
Basically, just one, yeah. Did I look over? Yeah.
I think we have some coffee.
No, they good. I'm just very good. I won't take it if I'm big good. So you can buy it up. What? Sorry, phone or something like that. Thanks.
I'll drink plus 3 gentlemen, bro. It's nothing like
If you say 220, I'll take it.
Why 220?
Brody, what are you doing behind the counter? Bro?
he won't take
I can't walk past. Everyone's standing in the doorway.
I'm not yelling at anyone, bro. You've never heard me yell.
I never heard him yell. No. Never see him smile either.
Make a bold joke.
Well, actually, you want to see him smile, like he's sitting there,
So he said, shut up.
but it's still alright. Bring it to you.
It's my best.
But it's gold
Bishop Price, dude.
You have to eat it. It's awful.
So, the cold form hasn't been cracked from this booster box yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I told him like
Ready, boys?
open 3 packs. It's 3
It's
packs.
fruit first.
Yeah.
It is wave 1, so it's the very last card. Yeah, I'm just letting you know.
God bless.
No, I just like the smell of the old cards. It's at the back.
Didn't have a name on it.
It's inside.
Oh, I told you 3 pack. Never buy just one.
It gets you off.
I already bought an Arcane Rising pack. Come on.
Yeah, but it's not the same.
Oh, we don't have a limit of how much you can buy.
Oh,
No.
yeah, go ahead, Bernie. What do you want to say?
I'm supporting the store. Yeah, you got
What do you want to say? I have nothing else. Vision for Coco.
Yeah, so we're
Yeah,
come on.
Yeah, go buy the bike store. Let's go.
Oh,
I'm just looking for the
So do you want? You don't. We can reveal on this one.
What happens if you have
One is on the left hand side.
Yeah.
So we do that one for 150. Yeah. Okay.
Destroy it. Just
Look at what's destroyed.
We won't be able to send it out. If a customer build that,
Copy out.
I'm going to end up. 150 it is. See, you look like Saturday. Oh, the French tax.
He's a blind jack.
Maybe I should have just taken gold.
Cool medicine.
It's from like bitch 700. Yeah.
That was an exit Aaron.
I was really not expecting that many.
Something. You said it's something. You said it's
Thank you very much.
what? You give it to
2 out of 5.
bro.
Out of 6 rounds.
Dude, I think I thought, bro. 2 out of 3 sides. I got beds in the first round. So he's off, dude. Like,
Oh, dude, I hit 2 out of 3.
that's terrible. It's like, oh, Donovan.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, I was kept. Oh, Donovan.
He had That's it, right? Fancy or plan dodge to the deaths.
Never mind. You
Index to that. Real sentence with a dodge of deaths. See, you can't set that faster.
No, I'm curious. Pulls out the whip.
Flip me 5 so it's
Practice.
Yeah, it's great. So it's got a little tap.
Hey, Ryan, it'll be 5 assists for us. Cross, it'll be 5 assists. Okay, hard support. Just want to get the nice
And I spoke and said, like, I'm ready to kind of fuck you up. Yeah.
I got that instead of sorry.
I'll let that.
It's spoke for it.
Yeah, that's all like.
I think last week I don't think it's
No, Azalea's starring the show, bro. You reveal an arrow, a trap, and an unattack action. Your next attack is combinate co-again and +2. And then they print a card that is all 3.
Oh yeah.
You send this back to
Oh, yeah, we'll go grab it. I should play a riff.
I like this stuff.
That includes you.
You can be so hard.
But the game pad's effective.
Make a monk.
And all
Make a monk.
Well, kind of skull capped over the seat. Like it's only $42. I know, right? Thank God.
Or half turn of 8.
So cool for you once as well.
Deep some of it, but
Yeah, because people are stacking. Yeah,
that's all the wines.
Pretty good, eh? By the way, wasn't even
It says hero ability. That's a great token. It doesn't say hero ability. Yeah, it's that. That's maybe pretty enough, but hero ability. So only relevant. That's not only hero. Oh,
yeah, it's not.
Pretty modesty.
Oh, bro.
Oh,
That
yeah,
was
that's It's right.
Well, definitely. Oh yeah, that hero. Yeah, that's good.
C6 legal. Yeah.
first is one point.
I don't understand why people aren't playing it. I guess everyone's playing it.
Yeah.
I also love that man.
It's like not change. As long as they
Stream check on Soul Shackle broken. A stream check on Soul Shackle, man. No, 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 video.
sounds like no. These boys like that's not here scream in a bathroom or something. I think that's pretty not sleep. Because unless you got one for red light. Class, all of these obviously here. We haven't got like many collections recently, so we used to get it all the time that we get the like so good as this and that's why people walk down the front of the car park, just walk out. No, I'm saying that's how I get cool, I get mine. I mean, you can steal and eat that. It's not city, it's fine. It's good. It's all Like 30% crew. He's a hero. You really are. Good job. Actually, very. I'll just say I'm surprised how good it is. Yeah, like actually really different. But I think so. Well, okay, it's still better than Terra, so it's something of it.
Unfortunately, they made the franchise.
Not have those packs over.
So,
The hits back. Always continues. It's always the best.
I love like that guy. That's what
I played one game.
I mean, there's no guarantee, but yes,
no, more like I'll get it.
I was like, oh, we don't really have to stop.
yeah, good. The better you start, you can never go back.
I feel like, wait, is that the stream?
Yeah, that's currently on the screen. No, it's not currently like streaming. Like, maybe a love.
Yeah, no, but
I just
turn that off and there's just
yes.
That's good. Now $60 well spent, mate.
Yeah.
Mate. Well done.
yeah, you know, we'd be better off extra watching.
Oh
We
yeah.
might have a little bit longer fun.
Well, do you know what would be even better?
Happy ending.
Maybe.
That's the little screen we get about you. Keep the frustration out.
Yeah, I won it today.
So the other thing is squeeze on.
It's the sex set.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't think that was squeeze up. Yeah.
Nobody can do that.
Like the concept is the
Yeah, so now that that's like I'm like an
Alright, yeah, so
next time, let's
so I'm gonna is like
yes, I of course. So what is this? Not really much. Yeah. Honestly, so I think it was pretty good. What's the resource? Resource systems like one piece. Yeah, I like that. But it's like it's random off that. So first three yes, give another resource. So and then you know contact kick up to get yes. Next one. So
how do you choose the
So then just you have a dex, you can have not any of the right, depending on like how many you need one of them to have out of it. That's a big guarantee. I mean, it's strong monsters with
tree? It's like the
I didn't play today, but it was in my back mind that I was otherwise scared.
I don't mean that was like very
Really sort of like no, I lost the biases in Verizon. But that was not
that's where we're okay.
yeah, he's not he's going to Yeah, most moderate box. Get my roll up. You've got a full.
Well, you've got a game that's going to happen. Always roll.
My deck was bad. I was shut. Average back. Everybody goes down. Yeah, you got to fight for it. Steps to say, you got deal with it. To me, just a basic one. When it's like,
Yeah.
which one you get to get? What's the next one?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as we are here for the top 8 of the Proquest presented by Fluke and Box for the Pro Tour Yokohama. We are joined in our first round of top 8. It's going to be Valentin Nguyen playing Verdance versus Alexander Doppler on Dash.io. Two decks that we've seen a little bit throughout the day thus far, but definitely a couple of absolute powerhouses as I try and adjust and fix everything to do with the stream. Apologies, bear with me for just 2 seconds. And that should hopefully be a little bit better. Yeah, we've got some absolute powerhouse decks, both of which attack on very different axes. Dash.io, definitely a deck that wants to just get in there and just absolutely beat face, while Verdance wants to take things a little bit slower, you know, slow everything down and hopefully try and put yourselves in a position where, yeah, starts to grind the game out and take that second turn in a row. But, you know, Dash.io is a deck that can, as we've seen, come out absolutely swinging. And so it'll be interesting to see how this ends up being. So I'm trying to pull up some of the deck lists for us. For those of you who want to see the top and want to know what has actually top 8'd this event, we've got 2 Dash.ios, 2 Verdances, a Kano, a Florian, a Kasai, and a Syndra. So plenty of representation. Dash.io really being the one that's sort of come out, from my experience, out of nowhere. Verdant's a deck, you know, most people would be prepared for. But, yeah, definitely interesting. But we'll take a look here. Alexander. Whoops. Versus Valentin. Alexander, one of the... we had no 6-0s. So Alexander being 4-0, being the higher seed, whereas Valentine is one of the 4-0s. Well, sorry, not 5-0. You know, 5-1 versus 4-2. Hope you guys are all having a lovely day as well. I have the deck list pulled up on my other monitor. Players getting situated, and we'll kind of see where this sort of goes. Now, in my experience personally, this is a little bit of a challenging matchup, depending on the start for Verdance. So if Dio gets off to an absolutely wild start and just starts absolutely pummeling people, it can be a little bit hard to come back from that, but we'll kind of see, because as we've also seen before, Verdance can just control and walk people down slowly over time. So definitely a fun matchup for all involved, and definitely a fun matchup for you and I to be watching. So yeah, top 8 players starting to get ready. For those of you who missed it before, there was a little bit of a look at the metagame as well. So we had, most represented was Dio, but then a pretty even split along the other top decks, being Syndra, Florian, KO, and Verdance. And then 3 Fangs, 3 Gravy, 3 Kasai, and then just a lot of one-offs, which is a nice, diverse metagame, which is kind of what you want to see every single time. See players finally ready, and yeah, a very different change in regards to what we've seen thus far from the Verdance on stream. So we've seen the waning moon as well as the full fridge available, balance of justice being important into the Dio matchup, because the one thing Dio really likes to do is draw cards. And we'll see likely that Dash.io has probably opted to go second, I would probably assume, but it is kind of scary letting Verdance go first and potentially set up. And look at this, interestingly enough, Goliath Gauntlet and the Hanabi Blaster from the Dio side. Alrighty. And in fact, Dio instead starting off themselves. I would love to tell you what that card is, but we have no idea. Two damage coming through is kind of all I can tell you from this point. We're going to hopefully get that glare sorted as soon as possible. And some absolute powerhouses on the side of Valentine in hand. Double destructive Aether Tithe as well as a felling of the crown and a plow under. So probably if you're on the side of Verdance, you want to actually be blocking with it. Likely, it's kind of hard because the only two Earth cards you have are powerhouse cards. And you kind of want to keep that in hand as much as possible. But oh, it actually looks like instead it wasn't an attack. It was in fact probably a Teklo core or another item. Just not letting the Verdance player filter anything. But here we go. Just to start us off, likely it's going to be just that destructive Aether Tithe being pitched. And then I wouldn't... It's kind of bad. You probably don't want to just send the plow under through. Because if you send that through, you don't have any way of decomposing. So a bit of an awkward hand here. I wouldn't be surprised just to see the destructive Aether Tithe. Yeah, just that. The destructive Aether Tithe followed by the Waning Moon. Get as much damage as you can. We are set up. Plow Under's the one not choosing. And there we go. There's some Earth cards. So definitely have some ways now of being able to disrupt the hand next time. We'll see a Boom Grenade off the top for the Dio. Likely... Ooh, choosing not to crank as well. So it doesn't need the extra action points this turn for anything. So instead wants the option of keeping it around as a red 0 to 60 will come through, boosting away. One of the opt cards here, and Valentine has to decide how they want to approach this turn. 0 for 4 with go again. Doesn't appear like anything else in hand. Maybe one card in hand, actually. Oh, a couple of cards left. See a little bit of a 2 blocks with the 4. Another 0 to 60 here. Boosting away that red throttle. And we'll see another block come through. This is likely going to leak a bit of damage. That may be a blue or a yellow 0 to 60 instead. Chain will be closed. No way of being able to pressure again. Unless we're looking at the Teklo Foundry Heart. Goliath Gauntlet being popped this time instead. An early decision. And then this throttle coming through for 8 damage. Plus threatening that Boom Grenade. Importantly as well, a counter goes on the Hanabi Blaster. Depending. Could potentially be 10 damage, perhaps? Depends on the color of the Boom Grenade. We're trying to keep some cards. And again, even though Verdance necessarily isn't going to race you down, it does need to be able to press you a little bit. And the card in hand, that Felling of the Crown, sorry, the card in Arsenal, the Felling of the Crown, is definitely a way of forcing cards out of hand. Even though you're losing a little bit of value because it's not attacking for 8. It still attacks for 4 and rips a card, which is more than what a regular attack for 4 is likely to do. But no, just instead opting to block. Protect the life total. Fill the graveyard with those Earth cards. Hopefully get something like a Contraband. Sorry, not Contraband. A Carapace coming through to set up for the ability to be able to attack back for 8 with the root. If the root bound allow you to decompose first. The draw up from Valentine here. Teklo core ticking down, so 2 resources flooding. And we're gonna have the T-bone come through, so a piece of equipment must be used to block here. Likely just gonna be the Storm Striders, as they don't actually have block value and we don't need to be using it yet. Also considering So we just look over. Is this a fatigue angle for the side of Erdens? Now we're seeing a lot of these big block cards and a lot of cards being used. And Dash.io is a deck that not only by drawing but by boosting cards does burn through its deck very quickly. That's definitely something you have to be considering when you're the Dash.io as well, when we're seeing so many of these powerful cards be presented, and T-Bone not presenting a huge amount of damage. It's at most 3. So the fact that a block's been committed here kind of shows potentially that that's an angle Valentine's looking for. A lot of considering here. Spark of Genius being burnt away by using the chess piece there, and interestingly, Penetration Script, a one of inside this deck list, being burnt as well during the boosting. So that's a one of that maybe is what's needed to get over the top of Erdens, and it's gone. Now suddenly, you know, Outpace looking like it's what I can see. Just blocking out with the tree. Outpace, seeing if we leak a damage. Still have some cards in hand as well. Enlightened Strike for the side of Valentine, and I believe that might be Fast and Furious. Again, a little hard to tell. And then the Hanabi Blaster being presented just to make sure you can sort of know. It's not a card we regularly see with these decks, but when you have the race, it is great. You have to remove 2 steam counters for it, and you get a steam counter for every 3rd time you've boosted on a turn. But it does have overpower, so you're only defended by 1 action card. Now, able to retain some cards here for the side of Valentino. Yeah, we are going to see just playing that 2-round process. Felling of the Crown is going to pop 1, 2, 3 Earth cards into the bin. And as a result, a card is forcefully ripped from Dio, and importantly, Dio off Arsenal. Now, Techlo Pounder was actually that last card being played there. But as a result, the Techlo Core will still tick down, so it may still have the option for a 3-card turn, but this is what you need to be doing. You need to be disrupting them and dealing some damage back. So it is 4 damage to return, and the Techlo Pounder, interestingly enough, isn't like the regular items. It doesn't tick down randomly. It's only when you've boosted. See a bit of an armor block here. Alexander probably wanting to get value where they can. Now, one thing to note as well is that only 1 AB for the side of Alexander, which means that that's probably why we're sort of seeing the aggression that came out initially. And you want to talk about one of the scary things when you don't have that much AB. Look at 2 of the cards inside Valentine's hand. Burn Bear being one of the strongest cards to come of recent history for the Wizard class in general. And then Light Up the Leaves following it up as well. So 2 of these giant burn spells. With AB1, that's 10 damage right there that you cannot block. Pair that with the Waning Moon. Suddenly we're looking at a really good time. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if Valentine here opts to do kind of the old-fashioned Kano cadence, which is block with 3 cards, Arsenal, and then the next turn block with 3 cards, play the Arsenal. At least while there's a Pounder out as well as a Techlo Core. Zipper Hit looks like it's there. Red Zipper Hit as well, so it's going to be for 7. Okay. Now there is a sink below in hand as well, and as we sort of talked about earlier today, Light Up the Leaves as well as Burn Bear kind of can replace one another, and you don't actually need all 6 of them more often than not to kill. However, into a deck with 1 AB, it's definitely a nice place to be. Burn Bear, though, will be the choice. It is technically in this matchup the worst of the two, because at least Light Up the Leaves does pitch for 1. Burn Bear does not pitch for anything, but in other matchups, such as versus things with Phantasms, that Burn Bear might be one of the best cards ever created. That's coming from a Wizard main as well, though, so take it with a pinch of salt. Not many cards are left available for the side of Alexander. Boom Grenade off the top, though, and this is suddenly getting a little bit scarier. So that Boom Grenade looks like it was played after the fact, which means that it's not actually continuing here. The chain is closed, and we're pitching a 0 to 60 to gain 2 resources into the Teklo Foundry Heart. Still a singular action point, doesn't feel uneasy, but a Spark of Genius is going to come through. And I'll be curious to see, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is just a setup turn. Sparking of Genius for 1 as well, meaning that they can get... Or maybe it was... sorry, it would have been for 4 then. So you can get a second Teklo Pounder, and suddenly the math starts getting real scary if you're on the side of Valentine here, because all of a sudden that first attack is getting pumped up. It's essentially you get a free 0 for 60 every time you boost now, which is a very scary place to be. Yeah, card will be drawn, and yeah, just Arsenal, and suddenly Alexander realizes that, well, I don't have AB3, I don't have AB4, so I'm a lot more likely to just die. I'm just passing back. Didn't get to utilize that sink below, and it's a bit of a scary... I mean, look at the cards drawn. Light up the... 2 copies of Light Up the Leaves and 2/2 blocks. Not the place you really want to be as a wizard. Now we'll see the first attack coming through from Alexander. Which again, assuming it's a boost card, which, spoiler, it probably is, will be puffed up by 4. Boosting. So, a little bit unlucky there for Alexander. So we are seeing that the data link is the card being attacked with, so this is coming for 7 with the opt, but does burn the maximum velocity during that process. And again, I don't know if you need it in this matchup, but definitely a card that you'd hate to see burn by something like a boost. I love this as well, as Valentine actually puts forward the box. We see a Stonewall Gauntlet too. So because this is above its base, it is actually blocking for 2, plus the Light Up the Leaves, as well as the other Carnivorous Telling, so it's going to block the full 7 out. That's a big commitment as well, and when your opponent attacks with a 0 for 3, as the big attack that gets getting buffed by 4, you're less afraid, I feel, in general. See a Boom Grenade now. That was cranked. That branching decision tree of Dio. Constantly. Ooh. And you know what? Let's take another setup. Let's play a Tekla Core. So that boom grenade actually, sorry, I lied, was not cranked. It was actually played there previously, which is why Valentine emphasized making sure that it was fully protected. And now we're going to see, oh, it is actually a blue Fruits of the Forest, which means this light up the leaves coming in for 6 is going to be 5 damage guaranteed. And again, Dio's doing a lot of setup, but it cannot be understated when we say that, you know, it is very difficult to try and play it all defensive or try and race when a bunch of the cards that your opponent says deal X damage. You cannot interact with this. And now we're finally seeing a couple of very important cards on the side of Valentine. In particular, that Rootbound Carapace. The card that allows us to actually decompose while on defense. And that is incredibly important. And we're seeing the double Tekla Pounder. I'm not actually sure what card it is. I believe that might be, if I had to guess, probably another Outpace. So a 1 for 8 is pretty good. Plenty of cards left available. See now, just taking consideration into how many, likely the question being how many boom grenades you got left? Which is often one of the scariest questions you can ask. But look, plenty of defense for the side of Veterans as well. Maybe how to blow it out as well. Yeah, no blocks declared. We'll see if there's a boom grenade left on the top. Checking. We are going to start with the Rootbound Carapace though. Decomposing as well. Plenty of earth cards inside the bin as well. Here we go. Blocking out the full thing as well. Double D react. Still a good rate. The side of Alexander. That boom grenade is gone. But obviously the threat of another one constantly there. And we'll see another attack coming through. It's a little bit hard to sort of make out. I know there's a 0 to 60 there, but I apologize, everybody. Chain will be closed. And importantly, only 1 Tekla Pounder remains. Now, I don't know how many Tekla Pounders you'd actually put in this matchup. I do know that the deck is running 3. Likely 3 because it allows you to get over that initial sort of hump. But we'll see. Chain was closed though, considering what the other options are. I believe that is a cerebellum process that's been deployed. So this is the thing, though. Like, don't get me wrong. Alexander's definitely had some really good setup turns and been able to capitalize relatively well, but just going to send the Hanabi Blaster as well, which is 5 overpower. 2 cards in hand. Considering how many of the big attacks we actually have left, and that is the thing with Verdance, is that, don't get me wrong, there are definitely ways in which you can do things, but you need to make sure that you're not running out of threats as well. So that is one thing with the deck, which is that sometimes your threat density is a little bit lower because some of your cards are below rate. So you have to think, like, can I afford to be blocking with this? Do I need to be taking damage? Still plenty of life to live. You are very unlikely, in fact, I can almost guarantee you will not see any potions, though, coming from the Verdance deck right now. And so the only life gain will be Fruits of the Forest, as well as, like, the singular life gains off of the jewel cards and Heartbeat of Candlehold. That's likely just because you want to have blocking cards. And now, just takes the turn off and drawing absolute gas every time, running a little bit low on blues, and just starting the turn off. Take the core off the top. It's a pretty good way to start. Has found the blue though, Valentine. That Autumn's Touch. So we'll at least have some ways of cracking back. But again, 2 incredibly powerful cards. Felling of the Crown though, likely going to be the one wanting to keep now. Yeah, Plowand is going to be used. The Dio deck doesn't always have Arsenal. The deck does utilize its full hand very well. But this Felling of the Crown, probably very important. So it does need to find a way to dodge Pulse Wave Harpoon as well. Cerebellum Processor will be activated here. Breaks the chain. And it's actually going to activate the boots. Now, by activating the boots after boosting, you do gain an action point back, but it does use your only way of interacting with arcane damage for the rest of the game. So, if you're on the side of Valentine now, you just say to yourself, well, if I can count to 25, you're dead. Boom Renee is going to get played out of hand this time, though. And as a result, will be cranked, but still threatening damage. But plenty of blocks available, not only from hands, too, from there, but as well, plenty of equipment still there. See coming through, pitching across that 3rd copy of the Teklo Pounder. It's going to come in for the 3rd outpace. So all that equipment block that I was talking about doesn't really exist anymore. This is threatening that at least some damage from the Boom Grenade. The exact amount I couldn't tell you. Yeah, Valentine's just going to say nope. No blocks. But a sink below's there. And yeah, going to sink that Carnivorous Tilling. No longer necessary. Yes, it is raw damage. Ooh. Interesting. The 3rd copy of Felling of the Crown. Now, while that does seem annoying... Oh, what an absolute rip off the top there too. So that 3rd copy of Felling of the Crown is going to be used on defense here. So Valentine doesn't have any cards left in hand, but the Zipper hit boosted Fast and Furious, which put the counter back on the Cerebellum Processor. Just like this, we're going to block with that headpiece. Now the Cerebellum Processor cannot be used again, but even so, being like not this turn, putting that counter on there is definitely not nothing. Tekla Foundry Heart to burn through more of the deck, but go up to 2. Is it a max velocity is the question. Oh, Convection Amplifier is going to be used as well. Into the maximum velocity. Convection Amplifier, the card that I can finally see, gives your next attack Dominate. And as a result, 10 Domination coming through. Now, does that matter too much, Side of Valentine? I don't know. I don't know if you're going to be able to commit a block to this card. But 2 for 10 Dominate sounds pretty good to me. Yeah, just takes the 10. No way of giving go again. And again, oh, the Boom Grenade was there as well, and it was a yellow, so that's why there was the additional 3. So I couldn't cover it all up. But this is the thing. No Arsenal, and we're ripping a card here. This also comes in for 8 damage. Now, again, taking 8 is a lot, but it's definitely a huge amount when suddenly you realize you cannot block Arcane Barrier damage for the rest of the game. If I check through the deck list, there is one card that might be able to assist, but I don't know if they're running it in their list, and no, they're not. So yeah, no additional ways of interacting with arcane damage. This is a pure race at this point. So regardless, the card is getting ripped here. Does look like a Cerebellum Processor in hand for Alex. A little bit of consideration here from Alex now. So you have to remember, he does have a Cerebellum Processor, and he does have information on the top card of his deck, but he currently has no way of gaining an action point. So gonna block with just the chess piece wants to get, you know, at least a little bit of value out of it. Verdant's not really presenting a huge amount of on-hit effects. Ticking down that Processor. Still has 1 activation left in the tank unless, you know, we get lucky again and we boost the Fast and Furious. But no real way of gaining action points. That card, I actually believe, was the Expedite. So when this hits, it's a 0 for 1 with boost. When it hits, you can put an item cost 0/1 from the arena in, and it's just gonna, yep, just block with the chess piece here. We do have, as a result, Bottom of Earth, which is definitely not irrelevant in the deck. Boosting. Another block here, this time because it's a non-attack action, blocking for 4. So able just to cleanly cover up that Expedite. This time the red one. Boom Grenade being played off the top, which I believe as a result, when cranked, will gain an additional action point, meaning that the Cerebellum Processor can be used here potentially. 7 plays 18. Ooh, the Zupa hit, the last card. Considering, yeah, if it's sent now, or if saved for later, an RB Blaster will tick up as well. So that's going to be an additional 5 on top of this. Shelter from the Storm present. And the curious question will be, what do we Arsenal? Ideally, probably would have hoped for this to be a bit more of a turn off. Alex just able to string together these scary hands and double block coming out. Blocking the full amount. And yeah, Shelter from the Storm will come through on the Hanabi Blaster, taking 1 here. Now, card is drawn towards the end and arsenaled. Didn't feel the need to draw it early. And yeah, just stopping that Boom Grenade from going off. Draws a Boom Grenade and a Spark of Genius as well as now some considerations is we're going to lose that Cerebellum Processor alongside the Boom Grenade. A couple of things to consider for Alex's side. This is still technical on Valentine's turn, so there's an item on top. Might be interested in throwing it across. And there is. One of the better cards in the deck in these kind of grindier matchups is the Backup Protocol Red. Just means you get to replay your gas over and over again. Particularly once you get down to the I only have hands of blues section of the game. Bit of a draw up here now. I believe that might have been Ring of Roses that was present in the hand of Valentine, so not really effective here. And this is the thing, right? 6 to 18, but one little slip up from this Dio deck and we could suddenly be in a situation where Valentine can very rapidly gain some life. But it has been all gas, no breaks from the side of Dio. And once again, some consideration. And that's always terrifying. When your opponent, at the start of the turn, when they break their backup protocol at the start of the turn and get maximum velocity with a convection amplifier sitting on the field, you start to sweat a little bit. No dear. Oh, is that a Shelter at the back of the hand, actually? Maybe. Another max velocity is going to hit the banish zone. So all 3 are now accounted for. Does look like just a red zipper hit, but the confidence to just get that back immediately. Plenty of cards left available. We know there's a Spark of Genius as well. Needs 3 cards to be able to play, or 3 boosts, sorry, to be able to play off and use the max velocity. Interesting. So instead's going to decide to go through. And that's why we actually saw Alexander searching through their deck before. Just trying to identify what items are still available. Now one thing, if you count wrong and there's no crank items left, you can fail to find. But that doesn't matter because Alexander knows exactly how many's in his deck and has found a Boom Grenade, which is representing, I believe, 4 damage here. And has the ability to give any of his attacks Dominate. With no equipment block left available. The deck's being counted at this point. So drawing a card off the Spark of Genius. Oh, a bit of a judge call is being happened. Judge is coming over to read. Not 100% sure what the judge call is about. Likely something to do with the interaction between Spark of Genius and when you get to look at the top of the deck. Because technically there are... So Dio says you could look at the top of the deck at any time. But I do believe that there are some restrictions in regards to as something is resolving. So like if it's in the process of resolving and like I don't think you can technically look before you shuffle. But I'm not 100% certain on that. So now this card's been drawn off Spark. See whether or not we actually have enough to be able to get this max velocity to come through. Lots of micro decision making to be made by both players at this point. Alexander understanding the position he's in now, but it's going to be probably a yellow boom grenade being pitched. Zipper hit going to come through. Not a red one, most likely. Another cerebellum processor, though. Cranked, yeah. So cranked to allow for the card draw. Now, the interesting thing about this, though, is that this does turn on Balance of Justice. Because a card was drawn off of the prior of the Spark of Genius and the Balance of Justice. This threatens have a card placed. Fully blocked here. Convection amplifier is going to be used. 10 dominate. Blocked. And nothing to be done. And just like that, Alexander saw the line from the very start of that long turn to say, you know what, I can do this. I can pop it out. I can bring that card back in. The 0 to 60. And as a result, I can win this game. And absolutely did exactly that. Incredible stuff coming through. And just like that, going all the way up, winning the first round of top 8. And with Dio, a deck that maybe it's the fact that the meta where I live, because I am from South Australia, is quite different. But Dio on an absolute tear right now. You know, Verdance as a deck is considered to be very strong. But just, yeah, Alex able to get it done. Incredible work. Now sort of considering as well the sideboard plans and pulling things in and out of the deck. And Verdance, you know, had one of those turns where just things weren't lining up, weren't able to push it. And it's always actually really scary. As someone who's played a lot of Wizard, sometimes when it comes down to no AB in particular, you have to play the whole game slightly differently. When they don't have Arcane Barrier, it does essentially mean that they can't interact with you, which sounds like a great thing every time. But if they can't interact with you, it means that they're keeping their full grip the whole time. And so suddenly it is just a pure race. And at the end of the day, Wizard numbers, unless they are putting you to 0, are not generally speaking that great. So it's one of those things where it's 6 one, half dozen the other, where sometimes you have to play real slow or you have to play real quick. And it's just that knowing of where you're positioned in the game, what needs to happen in that regard. But no, incredible stuff from Alexander. Valentine, we saw twice on stream, had an incredible performance on Verdance as well, making it through to the top 8, just falling a little bit short of progressing here. But no, incredible work, and excited to see what else. Now, for those of you who were with us for a little bit before, just so you know as well, we have, so there's 2 Dios, 2 Verdances, a Kano, a Florian, a Kasai, and a Syndra in top 8. So plenty of variety. We know for a fact that at least one Dio has one, but we don't know how the other decks are going. So we're going to take a little bit of a break and come back. And once we do, we'll have more information about what's coming up, what's next, and where we're going. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back soon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back as we get ready for our penultimate round of Flesh and Blood at the Fluke and Box Pro Quest. On your left, we have Scott McKenzie piloting Verdance, going up against Alessandro Penna, who is going to be playing Kasai. A matchup that is definitely interesting on both ends, at least from the experience that I have had, because Kasai can do a lot of things without presenting a lot of, like, it can do a lot without overcommitting to cards, which, again, not the biggest deal initially, but as the game gets longer and longer, the less information, the less you can sort of hold close to the chest is definitely, how would you say, like, a big benefit. But one of the problems that we may have on the side of Kasai is just the fact that the deck does not run many blues. And if we need to interact with arcane damage, not having many blues is definitely a bit of a scary place to be. But nonetheless, we will make do. Now, Kasai we've seen a little bit on stream already. We've actually seen pretty much both of these lists. I'm having a bit of a look through. It's always very interesting to see how the lists are evolving and seeing what people are running. Particular Verdance lists are definitely stuff that I personally find quite interesting because the deck itself is very much like a toolbox. You can run so many different things. We'll see here, looking on this one side, and Alessandro's decided, you know what? I don't need Arcane Barrier to win. Not running any at all. Balance of Justice for the side of Scott McKenzie with the otherwise regular defensive package. I'm running that Centauri Saber as well as the Hot Streak, and we're going to start off not waiting, not holding any punches. Just sharpened senses. Weapons get +1, and if their base is if their attack is twice their base, they actually get some additional go again. Now, as a result, you can see here, looking over that draw swords that was used. Card was drawn as well, gives it better than its base, the double block, and now we'll see the Saber come through just for 3. Unable to, or sorry, just for 2, unable to find the 2. What is the 3? See, just clearing out the hand sets Arsenal. Wanted to see whether or not he could leak some damage, and in this instance was not able to, but sometimes it is what it is. See, we get the life settles there, 40 to 40. No damage leaking through that. It is always scary to do that to Verdance, though, because helping them fill their graveyard early in the game with Earth cards, with, I guess, almost impunity, is such a big benefit to them. And that's definitely a way to start the game off. Ring of Roses. Just an excellent way to start. And you can see already Ring of Roses was played, and then just tick the damage down because there's no way of blocking Arcane. And whenever the first time you deal Arcane, you gain a life. And now, doesn't sound too impressive now, but once Verdant's hero ability is enabled, all of a sudden you're gaining life. Alongside of gaining life, you're actually also pinging them for 1 damage. And this is a little bit of a challenging spot now. And this is... Well, okay, so I was going to say he can't actually defense react for 4 currently because he's only got 1 Earth card in his graveyard, but has a Fruits of the Forest which he can discard prior. The Hot Streak coming in first. Again, for those of you who are a little bit unsure of what these cards do, if it's defended by 1 or more attack action cards, it gets go again. C block's going to come out and card turn the opposite direction. Provoke being that card. So if you're attacking with a weapon, this chain link, the defending hero reveals a card from their hand. If an action, it's put onto the chain link to defend. Otherwise, it is discarded. It's an interesting card a second copy of Provoke as well? Is that all 3? All 3 copies of Provoke. One of them pitched And then 2 of them played. And this is definitely a little bit unlucky. Using technically double provoke there. Trying to rip an attack action card from hand so that card gets go again. But had the double non-attacks. And as a result, now Burn Bear's going to be presented. 6 Arcane. Nothing you can do about it. Because that Arcane's going to go through. The Ring of Roses is going to gain you a life. And turn has passed back. And yeah, a bit of a challenging one. And even though I was going to say the exact same circumstance, another copy of Fruits of the Forest able to be discarded into the graveyard if required. Oh, but finally a little bit more of a setup turn here. Guaranteeing some go again. So hit and run, the first card to hit the board, followed by that Sharpened Senses. Currently Sharpened Senses not online to enable the go again. That's okay. Hot Streak's going to be the first one onto the combat chain. So looking at 3 damage. Apologies as the whole stream freezes. 42 life, and yeah, just going to opt to take the damage. Currently not threatening any gold or copper generation, which we saw in the last time we saw Kasai is very important. Another hit and run to come through, which is going to this time buff, and we're going to activate the Brave Forge braces as well. Kasai ability online, almost like they were listening to me, wants to give this a little bit of a threat now. So this is going to be coming in for 6 damage. So Everbloom plus life. Locking for 3, and we're also going to discard a Fruits to allow, for the Carapace to come through. I can never remember the first word, Rootbound Carapace, to come through, decompose 2 Earth cards. The important thing as well in regards to like turn equality is that not only is that happening here, but now that's 2 additional Earth cards to go in, so still going to be able to decompose with this Carnivorous Tilling that's getting deployed here for 8. 1, 2, 3 are going to go into the bin, and I like the decision. They're keeping the Burn Bear just in case later on in the game you have an Everbloom life that allows you to actually bring it back. And I believe we have, what, 6 Earth cards in there now? Importantly, using the boots here just to block with Valiant Dynamos. Oh, and a... Is that what I think it is? Blood in our hands also being blocked. I guess card is not particularly relevant right now. This doesn't have any way of generating copper. May not have found any yet. And the life disparity definitely swinging the way of Verdance here. But as we've seen before, Kasai does have the ability just to take giant kind of swing turns. But usually off the back with the blood in her hands. So maybe once parked in the arsenal. Here we go. Same sort of bit of information because we're pitching the Glint the Quicksilver here. This Hot Streak likely is going to have unconditional go again regardless. There's part of it. Part of that new card. Interestingly enough though, if you want to talk about important, Bloodfaller's Blade's going to actually create one of those Centauri Cell Swords. But using the Shelter from the Storm to follow it up. See here the creation of one of them. Raisin Army is going to eat up that gold, but would have loved to have had 2 of the Cell Swords there. If we've seen these can get out of control very quickly. Vern's the deck not particularly fantastic at dealing with them. Send the Centauri Saber as well. Are we going to look for the block here? Considering. Yeah, not gonna declare any blocks here. Instead, it's probably gonna look to clear out the Cell Sword, followed then by just arseling up one of the cards. Yeah. So we'll have a look. Yeah, gonna kill the Cell Sword. Ring of Roses because Arcane has been dealt. Oh, trying to consider actually. That's a good point. Let me have a quick read. I do believe it's whenever Arcane damage is dealt. Yeah, first we do damage, not necessarily to a hero. So we'll still gain the life and then Gonna swing the Waning Moon, so clears out the Sellsword. Arsenal's one of the more important cards, and that's another big draw. Finds another 3 for 6, this time in particular finding Light Up the Leaves, but also found a Channel of the Millennium Tree. Furthermore, plenty of equipment block remaining too. Considering what options he has, and that Sellsword play, definitely the sort of thing it needs to get back into the game, but immediately dealt with. Scott played in the Dromai era, perhaps. Now we see Outland Skirmish will hit the battlefield. Followed then by the Centauri Saber. And you'll see a lot of players actually do this as well when it comes to playing Kasai. They will move their cards immediately into the graveyard because you do need to be able to activate the ability, and it's not on the... Once you've played the non-attack action, it does actually immediately go to the graveyard. Levia players will do it as well. And we'll see here Balance of Justice, as well as some of the other equipment being placed along the combat chain, alongside the tree. And I like that. We don't really need the tree anyway. Like, Millennium Tree is used as one of two things, either to get a surge attack off or to get over breakpoints, but the breakpoint of Arcane Barrier right now is 0. We are going to see double attack reactions here coming for Alessandro. So we're going to see, first of all, the Blade Flurry hits the battlefield, so +2 to get over the top. Alongside, and again, we've talked about it a little bit, Bloodflowers Blade, make another Sellsword. This time, no D-React. Because Kasai was activated as well, a gold, so if able to get in and generate more, suddenly this life total will definitely swing in the other direction. Hot Streak's going to come in too. Considering instead, do I actually activate Grains? No. Instead, just gonna pass. Scott definitely kept a pretty scary hand, and Lightning Strike into... Oh, gonna just clean up the combat chain, just come through for 4. Yeah, very scary hand though. Can go and Lightning Strike with Go again into Burn Bear from Arsenal. Arsenal light up the leaves. Suddenly we're looking at a point where the kill is pretty close. Forward does not generate a gold as well. Oh, I see. I apologize. So the first one generated a copper off of the Outland Skirmish, and then he activated the Kasai ability because he needed it in the thing. But yeah, just get a Burn Bear. Send the Burn Bear, 6 damage. Gain a life back based on that Ring of Roses. Just goes to pass the turn. Doesn't want any of that smoke. Felling of the Crown has been found though. And that is the last card that he needs to turn the Verdant's ability on. Guardian Time in the hand of Alessandro though. We've seen the power of this card inside the Kasai matchup. A card where if it is good, it's very good. Now we're going to start to set up some turns later down the track. So go Spill Blood. Spill Blood, Spoils of War. It's going to be the first attack on the combat chain. So +2 and go again. And whenever a weapon you control hits this turn, you make some copper. Now, that copper, as we've seen, sets up for the really big swing turns with blood on her hands. So I wouldn't be surprised to see... Yeah, a couple of cards brought into block, and this time as well we're also going to be making that Embodiment of Earth, which does make attacking a lot more complicated. Yeah, now we'll see here. Going to give it +3. Gonna make 2 copper, so it goes up to 3, but no current available way of giving go again. So it'll just activate the chest piece. Grains of blood spill. Gonna set himself up for that bigger turn next, and the big question is, right, can we find blood in our hands? Because 3 is definitely where you start to consider, yes, I can do this, but likely Scott has better options. At least better considerations here is that's a card. So this does one of 2 things. First of all, Veiling of the Crown. It's gonna decompose and rip a card from Alessandro's hand. So it's a good thing he kept Arsenal. He's believing in himself. And then also just comes in for 8. And oh yeah, every time now Verdance gains life, it's going to be a point of arcane damage going the way of Alessandro. At least while on his turn. So cards just going to be placed on the bottom first. Then 8 coming at you. Yeah. Put the fridge in front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 damage is going to leak through, but instead, no. And I like this decision. Just opts to block. Has redundant cards in his hand. Knows that his life total is not actually what it reads. You and I at home see the number 20, but he knows that that number is definitely a little bit lower than that. Now we start to see some more gas coming through. Kasai ability is going to be the start of the turn here. Gorganian Tome as well. So this is the first time we've seen it, but Kasai's other ability now enabled. So these swords are going to be free for the entire turn. Now we're going to start it off with a hot streak. So I do believe is the 3rd copy of Sharpened Senses. One of the coolest arts in the game. Just the colors on that card is beautiful. If you've not seen it for yourself, I highly recommend Sharpened Senses. Coming in now with a hot streak as well. It's coming in for 3 with go again. Run through will be the choice of the way of re-enabling that go again as well. Not only does it give this card go again, but it gives the next +2 as well. And we're going to see as well one of the more powerful cards in any warrior that swings 2 weapons, Blade Flurry, giving +4, but it's instead spread over 2 attacks. We'll see the Rootbound Carapace is going to come down and defend as well. Block out some of that damage, but at least some leak through, so that gold will be generated. And now, based on the additional 2 buffs, it will be +7. Coming onto this Centauri Saber. Remembering, if you block this with attack action cards, it does also buff the damage by 1. Scott deciding in his own self to keep some cards, and that's because of the awkward pitching. But yes, we are going to see now another Felling of the Crown, and this time no Arsenal available for Alessandro. Does have a gold though, so we'll still be able to at least utilize his hand. Card's going to have to go to the bottom. That fridge not looking so full anymore. And of course, Kasai able to rely constantly on the Valiant Dynamos. Once again, just presenting the fridge. Actually gonna just full send blocks here. Defend with everything, keep a single card, probably place that card into Arsenal, knowing that Verdance as a deck does not particularly convert well on 4-card hands, but Channel the Millennium Tree definitely can change that math very quickly. Sink Below and a Plow Under, so that Plow Under is likely going to be the thing coming through. Maybe not. Oh, I see. So instead of the Plow Under and attacking, he's just going to attack the life total instead. So 6 arcane damage coming through, plus gain of a life, plus Verdance will then trigger, dealing 1 more arcane. So that right there is actually 7 damage. And Earth card's also been pitched. And so this Channel of the Millennium Tree is going to be sticking around, meaning that if he is able to find any sort of burn, bear in the next turn, or any way of dealing arcane damage, oh, there's one of them. So all that needs to happen now is he needs to not die. Because with that Channel Millennium Tree, the Burn Bear is going to deal 10, followed then by the other card in Arsenal using the Storm Striders on the following turn. Now in saying that, if we take a quick look through the Kasai deck, I'm just checking to see if there's any way. Shelter from the Storm is a card that is inside Kasai, which does technically interact with Arcane, so something to consider. It's not the best, but it can interact with Arcane, but that's it. And you're staring down a Channel of the Millennium Tree with Burn Bear alongside of a Pulsing Aether sitting inside as well. Has the blue available to send, and does also have a D-React in Arsenal. So it's just praying the Blood in her hands has not been found. Both players taking a bit of time. Copper available. And oh, look at this. Actually going to pop a copper. But in the process of doing so, make a gold. Based on that brand new, stunning riches of Tropodani. It's got to be a good sign if you're Scott McKenzie here. But I guess that's also one of the really incredible things about this Kasai deck. Its ability just to dig. If it doesn't have the things it needs, it's got so many different ways that you can go through and just try and find the card you really need. Taking some time to... Oh my god. Oh, I thought that was just him dropping 4 cards on the table, but no, that's going to be the Kasai ability activated. Oh, alongside what appears to be... God, there are like 4 cards that look the exact same, and it's a little bit hard, but I believe that's unsheathed. So the next sword gets +3, and if it's twice its base, it gets go again. So you just... immediately going to activate the Balance of Justice just for a little bit more information. And again, though, the math here is correct. 10 plus 4 is the life total of Alessandro. So as long as he does not die here, he shouldn't be too worried. 8 damage is going to come through and has done a very good job by both players just walking that life total down. But yeah, Scott smells the blood on the wall. Centauri Saber will come through now. Just for 2. 2 cards in hand, though. See reaction on top of it. Bumps that one up to 5. But the Sink Below in Arsenal was already there and waiting. Sinking a card there. Trying to see if he can find a little bit more gas. He did. That's definitely a little bit more gas. Finding the light up the leaves here. All but seals this one out now. We'll see at the start. Just gonna look to play out one of the 2 burn spells. One of the 2 light up the leaves, I should say. Followed then by arsenaling the other one. Has enough resources now as well to also pitch and play out that Waning Moon. So 10 damage coming through here. Gain 1, ping 1. Waning Moon's going to come through, go down to 2. And also manages to keep around the Millennium Tree should he need it. And now, Carlton Arsenal, Storm Strider's ready. See, just activations, but no, instead, in response to the first thing, is going to go through, and you see Alessandro drop the cards into the table. They knew the writing was on the wall, and that one is going to be Scott McKenzie being our first player to jump into Grand Finals. Verdon's made it there in a field full of these aggro decks. Just the deck that just plays a little bit calm, slows it down, is the one that's made it all the way through. And we are in for an exciting treat. Now, on the other side of the bracket, just to give you guys a little bit of an update on what's going on there, it was also Alexander Dobler versus Stephen Young. So those two players we've seen before. Dio, the one that we saw on the previous round, going up against Alexander Dobler on Dio and Stephen Young on Kano. So if Kano gets there, we might be seeing a Wizard Grand Finals. And I don't know about you guys, chat, but for me, that sounds like the greatest joy to end off this amazing day. So you guys do not want to go anywhere. You do not want to miss this Grand Final. Hang tight. I'll be back in just a little bit just to give you guys a bit more of an update at what we're expecting next. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, it's like they did it for me. We have Verdance versus Kano. Oh my goodness. This is going to be, for those of you who have not watched a huge amount of Verdance versus Kano or Wizard Mirrors, this is going to be long for not a lot to happen. But don't worry, I'll guide you through it. I'm right here with you. We have Kano vs Verdance, a matchup where, if I'm being completely honest with you, I'm not 100% sure who wins. Because Verdance has a lot of ways of gaining instant speed live. But if the Verdance plays a slower game, I don't think you can ever out-combo Kano. Because your combo as Verdance is technically at action speed. And Kano can do everything at instant speed. But regardless, we're about to have a really fun time. Kano versus Verdance. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so unbelievably excited. But before we jump into the game, just want to do a couple of quick shout outs. First of all, shout outs to Fluke and Box. They have a physical store. It's where these games are being played. It's in Sydney. Please go check it out. I will be there myself at some point very, very soon. Of course, if you haven't already, go out, play Flesh and Blood. Proquest season is on right now. Everywhere, go to the website, check out your favorite stores, see where you can play more Flesh and Blood. In Australia, for those of you like myself, the Calling Sydney is coming up. It is on the 1st and 2nd of November. I will be there. I'm very excited to be able to say that I will be a part of it, which is, amazing, and I feel so honored to be able to bring you those games. So, I'd love to see you all there. And just, big shout out just in general to Fluke and Box. If you want to go buy singles, not only for Flesh and Blood, but for a variety of games, as well as products like sleeves, deck boxes, etc. flukeandbox.com is the best place to go. Flukeandbox.com is just sort of, it's the best. It's where you go. There's so much stuff. There's also a bunch of stuff that you can't regularly just find. If I'm talking like artist proofs, promos, stuff like that, check it out. It slaps. It's really, really good. Highly recommend. But enough of me yapping about. Let's get into the game. As I said before, Stephen Young versus Scott McKenzie. Wizard v Wizard. Spells flying. One of them's definitely throwing a lot more punches than the other. But at the end of the day, someone's going to be dead. And it's likely, and it's 50-50 on whose turn it's going to be completely honest with you. So for those of you who have not really versed a Kano in a slow matchup before, it's weird. So, how do I put it? If this is my opinion, and I don't know 100% how true it is, but it's the adage that I've had for a very long time as a person who very much enjoys playing pretty much only wizards. Well, I enjoy playing all the classes, but I only play wizards competitively. Is that if you let Kano perfectly pitch stack and hit their second cycle, you are dead. There is not really anything you can do about it. You are just going to die, because Oldham, for example, couldn't fatigue it. That's how powerful it can be. But in saying that as well, Verdance combo is also very scary, and a lot of that combo relies on gaining life. So, are you in a position where you're going to be able to out-heal it? I don't know. I don't believe so, but I know that if the Verdance has a way of disrupting the Kano enough, it definitely can happen, but we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah. Having a bit of a look through the deck lists as well once I pull them up. We've already seen the Verdance list that we're being presented with today. We'll take a little quick look at the full deck list now of our Kano. And we'll see if we can figure out some of the things that are being brought in for this matchup, because I don't know how much tech the Kano deck runs. Verdance does have the option sometimes they will run a couple of cards that can be good specifically, but I don't think it's necessary. Like, I think inherently you are quite strong. I do believe that Scott did actually come in as the higher seed. And interestingly enough, looking over here, what is happening? We have Spring Tunic and Waning Moon for Kano. So Kano doesn't think they can actually combo you off. And I don't actually, like I said, I don't know how it goes. But specifically, we're not running the chess piece. We are not running... Oh, does he? Is it in his sideboard? He does. He has Alluvion in his sideboard and is opting not to run it, preferring the Tunic over the ability to activate the staff. And in fairness, in Kano, when you have to try and kill them, that is a part of it. Now, looking over the other side, though, Verdance has access to a chunk of Arcane Barrier. Arcane Barrier 1 from Alluvion. Arcane Barrier 1 from Metacarpus Nose. Arcane Barrier 2 from Stormstriders. So definitely a lot of protection. And an E-Strike for 5 with Go again, asking the first questions of Kano. A couple of blocks are going to come through, gaining life. And in response to that... Oh, no, sorry, it's attacking. Crucifies attacking, and an Aether Wildfire is actually going to be the card it is blocked with. So again, Aether Wildfire, less important when you are not running Crucible the Aetherweave. And an interesting card that we're now seeing two of coming through, Eternal of Inferno. So Eternal Inferno is a 1 for 4. If it surges though, so it does more than 4 damage, you can banish it and play it again. And we're going to see that here, which is pretty good, right? So if you rip that off the top of your deck, you attack them with it. Once it banishes, you still have the action point, you can then replay the same card, which is essentially, you know, it's pretty good. It seems like it's very good in this sort of matchup where you can also play with the Waning Moon. Blocking one, and then yeah, Waning Moon's going to come through as well. Blocked with a tree, so hand full of red cards. Cannon's just going to start to get some across. Has a card for the Arsenal too. And we'll now just draw back up. We'll see now Pulsing Aether Life going to come through and present some damage. And then the Waning Moon also being blocked out here. Now, this is one thing less important about it from the Verdant side. But if we are talking about it from the Kano side, one thing to know... Oh, another Eternal Inferno going to come through. But one thing to sort of realize is that, like, it's blocking out everything as the Verdants that your opponent throws you on their turn. Sometimes is actually the worst thing you can do. Because you have to think, right? Kano has the ability to play on your turn very consistently, right? So... sometimes you have to tank damage on the Kano player's turn to not die on your turn. So there's definitely a lot of interesting sort of mind games that happened. And you want to talk about some of the most amazing cards that have been printed for Kano recently. You see the gem in his hand right now, the Will of the Arcana. Will of the Arcana is just a blue gem for wizards. And when you pitch it, you amp 1. Flower Wonder going to be used, and as a result, the card Nustle is going to be shipped away. One of the more challenging things about fighting Earth and Assassins is that their abilities to attack your arsenal. That place is not safe. In particular, when it comes to something like Plow Wonder, only 2 damage, but the damage has been done. That arsenal is gone. And if, you know, Scott has a read that it's an Aether Wildfire, for example, it's definitely an instance where potentially... Oh, here we go. Will of the Arcana. So amp 1. Oh, potion off the top, though. You know what? How about a second? But that one there, my friends, is not the potion that you would regularly expect. That one there, I believe, is the Sapphire. Is that the Sapphire Amulet? I can't... No, that's the Ruby Amulet. Okay. Yeah, that is... It's a bit weird to see. So that's a Ruby Amulet. So that there is essentially an energy potion. But as the amulet. So it's a Watery Grave one. But also, and just to note, because of the Will of the Arcana, that's 3 arcane damage being chipped across from the Waning Moon. Pretty good. I need to get a Will of the Arcana. That card is so good, and I don't know why I don't have one. I'm probably after this going to go to flukeandbox.com and just buy myself a Will of the Arcana, to be completely. I'm going to do it. Yeah, I'm going to do it right now. So no one else do it. And you'll see here, interestingly enough, we're just going to be attacking with the Autumn's Touch. And one of the big things Verdance and anyone versing Kano is going to try and prioritize is not just you having no cards, no pitch floating. That's how you die versus Kano. Eternal Inferno is going to come through this time. Pitch Blue just to block out some of that damage. Waning Moon will also come through. Oh, that's a card that changes the matchup a little bit though. Channel the Millennium Tree. And look at this. Gonna be, again, this is just to do with using and keeping resources available. So this is going to be a Waning Moon for 5. Using the chess piece here to block a bunch of the damage. And an E-Strike as well. Now, this is a really smart decision actually coming through right now from Verdance. Because of the order that he did that, he'd committed the card to blocking, and it's very difficult for Kano to kill you when they've not got their whole grip. Now, Double Potion did make that a little risky, but just seeing that he pitched away one of the more important cards of his deck, being, of course, the Lessons in Lava, it's kind of unlikely that they're going to be able to kill you again. See, another one of those powerful Surge cards, but not able to Surge it just based on the fact we're running Waning Moon. And this is one of the things that the Kano decks have been doing a lot more of recently, where they want to run less 2-ofs, like 2-cost attacks, and a lot more 1-cost attacks for when they're using Waning Moon. So then you go Pitcher Blue, attack. See a little bit more damage shipped across, but Channel the Millennium Tree is ready and available. We'll see. It does actually have the potions in, but Burn Bear coming in for 9's pretty good. Burn Bear for 9. 2 cards left in hand now. This is a really scary moment. This is one thing you have to do when you're versing Kano, right? He's got double red in his hand right now. You cannot play scared when you have it. You have to act like you are on top of the world. Smart. Once again, making sure it's utilizing all of the charges. You can only have 4 on Alluvion. So you're drawing back up, and double blue now in the hand, so a lot safer. But it's going to have the potion come through with the Waning Moon. One of the best things you can be doing in a lot of matchups is potion into Waning Moon. Still present a little bit of threat, a little bit of chip damage, and set yourself up. So that's double Kano activations are ready and waiting now. Of course, doesn't need to use them for that every single time, but definitely not the worst thing to be doing. A little bit of damage blocked here as well. And again, is that damage sort of actually consequential? 24 versus 22, not really. It's the cards being gone. Cadaverous Tilling. And I love this decision making here coming through from Scott. Playing the card from Arsenal, even though he has other options from hand, just so he can keep 2 cards in hand, as a bit of a mind game. Furthermore, though, look at this from Verdance, though. She's online, she's active. And once again, though, looking at that hand, Scott's got double reds. You know, if we have a Wildfire here, you could be in some trouble. But it's so difficult on the side of Steven, knowing that the Verdance deck has a lot of blue cards. And knowing that, you know, AB4 is available, it is hard to sort of crack that juncture. But, even more important news. Oh, here we go. We're going to get started. Kano's going to be the first thing. We're going to have a bit of a look, and that's a card that you want to be seeing. Aether Spindle off the top in the red. Now playing this, going to be pitching away another blue card. And he is also going to Metacarpus Nodes it as well. So this is going to be coming in for 5. Kano activation on the stack as well. Holding priority Ragamuffin's hat. Swapping the top card with the bottom. So now that the Ragamuffin's hat resolves, the Kano will resolve. And it's going to be an Aether Wildfire. This is where things start to get spooky because those Metacarpus nodes are not actually there. That is on the stack. That's why there's a resource floating. And now we're going to see it. Aether Wildfire comes through. Metacarpus nodes will likely be used in this instance. Double reds. But instead, no. This is one of those big things now. Light up the leaves. I forget. It actually has an effect that it's important. Discard 6. Prevent the next 6 arcane damage target source would deal. That target being the Aether Wildfire. But over the top of it now, we're going to see a second Aether Wildfire is coming through now. Use of all those potions, and this is in response to the use of Light Up the Leaves, and so 4 damage, likely 5 actually, because the Metacarpus nodes is now going to buff up that Aether Wildfire, meaning that second one instead's coming in for 10, and suddenly both of these are absolutely pumping. This is now going to opt 10 cards, and guess what? We have an activation left on the stack with those 2 pots! We're going to find something, and just like that, blink and you'll miss it. Kano, piloted by Stephen Young, is going to take it over Verdance. Scott McKenzie got so close, had the answer with Light Up the Leaves, but you know what's better than 1 Aether Wildfire? The second one. The second one. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, when you put 2 wizards against one another, sometimes experience wins out, and Kano manages to get it by Aether Wildfiring over the top of the discard effect of Light Up the Leaves. They print tech cards for this deck, but you can't tech against greatness. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be your grand final. Stephen Young walking away with the victory of Proquest Fluke and Boxes store. I don't know what else to call it for Pro Tour Yokohama. What an incredible showing. And what an incredible deck, guys. Just remember, incredible stuff, but these decks are not easy to pilot. And if you want to see for yourself, flukeandbox.com not only has the cards that you can buy, but also has full deck list imports, so you can actually just rip the cards straight off and get it through. More LL points for Kano is definitely something that I need to worry about. I'm going to go buy myself some cards. I'm going to sleeve that deck up just in case. But, ladies and gentlemen, incredible, incredible work from Scott. I do believe the gold foil may be about to be open, so we'll hang around just for a little bit. But guys, what an incredible top 8. We've seen some incredibly diverse options coming through from our players. There's a lot of things that we've seen that, you know, cards that we've not seen in a little bit, which I think is incredible. Just to show you, we'll cut back real quick to the meta game. For those of you, this is what we had throughout the day. This was our meta game breakdown. As you can see, definitely not the most represented deck. Kano, one Kano player in the whole thing, and that was him. Scott believed in the deck, made his way there. Incredible stuff, and truthfully, just a sensational performance. But guys, what an incredible top 8. What an incredible day of Flesh and Blood. Like I said, couple of upcoming events. First of all, check your local areas for where your Proquests are. Go and beat people, and you can also win invites to the Pro Tour, gold foils, all sorts of amazing little fun stuff. Also, the Calling Sydney for those of us in Australia, as well as a bunch of events. There's so many events now. There are so many events. There is plenty to go around. We are about to open the gold foil on stream, ladies and gentlemen. See if I can.
They had 3 cards.
Oh, here we go.
There was, I think there was possibly. I can open it.
Straight live, yeah.
All right. Are you ready?
But that could be better helps.
It could be. Oh, it probably isn't.
If Timestis is in the circulation, you want to roll in the top. I hope Matt is Matt. I hope Matt heard that.
I don't get to open these very often.
My name is Alexander Dobler. That's the one who said this.
Wait a minute.
Hold up. Alright, who wants to guess what it is? I'm saying so. It can be majestic, right? Gonna say the tiara.
You want the
New
which one?
tiara. The
tiara.
This isn't a bag.
I hope it's better.
I'm just guessing.
It's gonna be my second vest of the first vest.
Go. Right now.
Ready?
Yeah, ready.
Bunker.
Dude, that is one of the worst spam cards.
I did.
Dude, we're at the calling Mangaweka earlier this year. There was a dude playing a deck entirely around Bunkerbeard and 10 foot tall.
Right, you're probably the first one in the world to get that though, okay?
Oh yeah.
Well, it's bunker beer. I don't want to have it.
Do you want to hold up and your gold? Hell yeah.
Well, as you see, one of the more interesting Flesh and Blood cards to go through with our gold foil. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it from us. My name has been Matt Brandwood. This has been Fluke and Box's channel, played out of his store. Guys, like I said, go out there, play Flesh and Blood. It's the best. These events are incredible. They're so much fun. They look stressful, but I can tell you right now, you're going to be having a world of fun. Guys, thank you so much for joining us all day. It's been a great day. It's been a long day. I'm probably going to go sleep up a deck and go play some Flesh and Blood myself. Have a good one, guys. I'll speak to you soon.